and welcome everybody back once again to the TRACKILICIOUS GT4 Enduro Series. It's the finals. We're here in round 3 at Brands Hatch, an absolutely incredible track. I'm Mike Nause in the booth. Joined with me tonight is none other than Mr. Steven Tomazic. Steven, welcome.
Hello everybody and welcome to a wet and wild Brands Hatch here in England tonight, or this afternoon for a lot of us and morning for some.
Yeah, absolutely. It's morning over here on the West Coast, but I hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. We're here, as Steven said, this 2.4-mile circuit located in West Kingsdown, England. It's got 9 corners on it, 6 to the left, or 6 to the right and 3 to the left. Knew I would butcher that. That's all right. And 30 meters of elevation, or about 98 feet, or 100, about third the length of a football field, give or take. So in terms of elevation, not the most, not the least, more than most of your British circuits. But tonight, as we have it, it's a wet qualifying, Steven had mentioned. We do see times throwing out onto the board. We will be down there soon enough to see what these drivers can put in. But we got 4 hours ahead of us here, so plenty of time. Let's take a quick little look here before we head on down to the session at our calendar here and what is coming up. Really, not much in terms of the series. We are going to be having more very, very soon. This calendar, though, is coming to a close. The one thing that really, really matters here is the 1K. Down here, the special event, the 1K. Head on over to our SimGrid. Link there in chat. That is where one of the most exciting races can be found on the internet, to be completely honest. It is the TRACKILICIOUS 1K, where $1,000 is on the line, lots of money for first place, second place, third place, as well as other opportunities. Super cool, super fun format. Do check it out again over on SimGrid. And of course, once again, thank you to all of our Patreon members, all of their amazing names here on screen. But I think that's enough blabbering, Steven. Let's get down to the action.
Yeah, let's get on down to the action. It's been a couple of minutes since qualifying started. A bunch of cars have already gone out on track. We have currently Borchers in first position tentatively with a personal best of 136.675. Followed closely right behind him is Casey Schutte with a 137.2. Only half a tenth or half a second away, but with a wet track like this, anything can happen.
Absolutely. Casey looking strong out here tonight. As I say that, Wilson Fernandez comes in with a stonker of a lap and puts Casey down into the bottom step of the podium as it stands. Welcome along to everybody here in chat as well. I see we got Cody, we got Steven in chat with us. Great. Thank you, Steven, for being in the booth and chat. We got Official Karu, we got Wet Socks, we got Helmet. They're supporting the Provolone squad, that's for sure. Let's see, where is Mr. Jason? He's currently sitting in P9 in the Audi. Welcome, Rally as well. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you guys are in this fine world. We got a loaded grid here tonight. Well, close to. Like I said, 19 drivers on the grid. A lot of these drivers are riding solo. Jason Provolone riding solo. Danny, apologies on the mispronunciations here, but the South African of Danny de Bruin? Bruin? Is that how you would say that, Steven? Bruni? De Brunei?
I'd say De Bruyne.
De Bruyne? That might be. You know what? That sounds more Afrikaan, honestly. So, yeah, fair enough. You're probably De Bruyne. Danny De Bruyne. Currently in that 407, very shiny Audi. Jaeger Karu in an Audi as well. Rally Dutchy in the Aston. Reggie King in the AMG. And last but not least, Justin Beachley practicing his pit entries like a good boy.
And if you're in the chat, the stream chat, and we are butchering your name, please feel free to correct us.
Please, please do. We like to say the names as properly, improperly as we can. We do what we can here in the booth.
Uh,
I'm gonna say this wet qualifying hasn't thrown too many wrenches into the equation, it seems, minus the fact that Casey Schutte may be looking a bit more competitive than expected. Potts Weaver also up there in 5th, looking strong in the wet.
Yeah, that Aston Martin tends to really like the wetter conditions. It has the good power to weight ratio to to maintain speed across the lap on a wet track.
Karu says, I like it when it's butchered. All right, well, fair enough. You know, to each their own, but we like to be proper over here. As I was just trying to pull up. Oh, go ahead.
You have to give it a proper butchering, though, if you're going to butcher it.
Oh, absolutely. You have to at least give it one solid attempt. I mean, if you don't give it your all, then what are you even doing? But I did want to touch on our championship. There's a championship here, and this is the final race of the championship. So in terms of the points, we have in P1, the Razzle Dazzle Motorsports as he drifts through the first corner there and gains time. How did he manage that?
You got me. But like I said, on wet conditions, anything is possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ollie showing that here tonight, trying to improve 5.5 seconds. Well, yeah, 5.5, half of a second, 5.5 tenths. Speaking of butchering, Helmetron, welcome. We also have JP Reed in the KTM, currently sitting in P6, the little lawnmower that could. You know who he's teammates with, Steven?
Who's he teammates with?
He's teammates with none other than Eric the Boss Gakassian.
Good on him. I know he was racing in the GT4 Open Series in this KTM, and he's really loving that car.
Yeah, they will. I will. One other thing, some say about Eric here is that he keeps a photo of his wallet in his wallet, and all of his plants, and Steven, you'll like this one, they're all named Steve. It's Eric Gakassian.
That's a weird name to be naming your plants. But anyways, back to the racing we go, or back to qualifying at least. We got Chronotis, running a little bit wide there. Coming out of, where are we? Coming out of Sheens.
The T-Swizzle 2022, just not quite up to the standards. If he updated it, maybe the T-Swizzle 2024, it might have some more grip. You never know. The livery makes a big difference when it comes to the amount of traction that you have under your feet.
Yes, it does.
Speaking of, we got Mason Pierchowski here in the Syracuse University GT. A little bit loose on the back end there, but manages to keep it wrangled in between the mayo and the mustard. I really wonder, Steven, and I'm not going to bring it up for too long because it is slightly controversial. Is that a Top Gear reference on the front? Speaking of, perfect. In chat here, we have the, endorser of the livery. It's going to be Carson. Carson, is that a Top Gear reference on the front bumper? The Patagonia? Because if that is, that's a stretch. But I like it.
But it's got the I Love New York's bumper sticker on the back.
The I Love New York. Yeah, I will say, we'll take a look at it a little bit later. It's got a little bit of something that everything that Carson likes. And it isn't. It's just where Patagonia... wait, what? You just wear Patagonia? Is that a brand? Is Patagonia a brand? Now I'm very curious, because it's also a place in Argentina.
I do like the REI sticker on there as well. I like to shop at REI for all my camping gear.
That is one of those stores that you could spend quite a bit of time in and not realize.
Quite a bit of time and quite a bit of money.
Yeah. There is the livery. With the alleged not Top Gear reference on the front. Which honestly is even more funny to me that you didn't mean it. I'll explain it later, Carson, but...
It's a clothing brand for outdoorsy clothing. I'm a massive hiker and backpacker.
Oh, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. You picked a very interesting place to put that logo. That's all I'm going to say. And like I said, I'll talk to you later about why. But, yeah, that's funny. That's a really good Top Gear reference that's unintentional. That's for sure.
Unintentional, yes.
Welcome, Scott. Unfortunately, you're not out there on the field today. Conditions look ripe for you. It was Reggie King, so maybe he may. I don't know. I feel like he didn't know. If you did, you wouldn't put that there if you knew. But that's fine. Nothing bad in particular or anything. Brandsless rain, you'd be in the wall? Oh, come on, Scott. Don't undersell yourself like that.
The rain here actually isn't as bad as everybody plays it out to be. As we see Taylor go off track.
Yeah, shush, shush, shush. Welcome to Exia GT4. As I have in the stream title, no F1 spoilers, please. That goes for anybody. Yes, I'm well aware that there is currently a juicy Formula 1 race going on that I, well, can't watch until later.
Yeah. If any F1 spoilers are put into chat, straight to jail.
Yes, life sentence, in fact.
Life sentence, straight to jail.
What's the over-under on Casey Schutte falling into P6? Look, at the moment, Casey Schutte is in P5. Let's look at the lap times, though. Is anyone improving? Potts Weaver, he is really going to be the difference maker. Casey Schutte, I think, has called it into the pit lane and says enough's enough. Mason Pierchowski also might have that opportunity. It'll have to be next lap, though. Oh, Potts is actually doing it.
As you say that, he lost a bunch of time.
I think he cooked it into the corner a little bit too much there.
But
he's still good.
Gained a lot of it back, and then he's losing it, and then yellow flag.
Sorry,
okay,
Pops.
That's enough.
Call that one a commentator's curse.
Mm-hmm. But
JP
we have
Reed.
Pershulski now going now.
Also JP
See if
Reed.
he's able to. JP Reed, yes.
How much does he need? He currently needs, he's on pace. Needs about 4/10. Let's go on board with the lawnmower. See what it's like to drive that round steering wheel. Very uncommon sight in GT cars. That is such a tricky corner in the dry when you're in a GT4 car. Now you add these wet conditions on there. You can see the struggle for grip.
Yeah, you have to plant the car exactly where it needs to be in order to really get the most out of it, especially even in the wet. Ooh, touch the grass just a little bit. Keeps it on the track, so.
Oh, but you can hear the revs. It bogged down so much on exit there, and the time just plummeted as a result. This car, not good at acceleration, not good at straight line speed or cornering for that matter. And you can see here that is going to be no improvement for JP Reed on this lap. He is going to have one more good attempt, potentially two, to rein in the likes of this crossbow, the Austrian machinery, and that's not a good start.
And a driver we weren't really paying attention to, Reggie King, has moved Professor Kenotis and Casey Schutte down one position. So Casey Schutte is in P6 now.
Let's go. Let's hope he stays there. His rightful P6. AV6 Scott calling that one. Wilson Fernandez here in the 888, currently 4.5 tenths off of pole position on Andy Borchers, leading the way. Die Machina, or it's Die Machina, as I have been corrected plenty of times. Is it going to be enough? Wilson Fernandez through the final corner, heads to the line, has a little bit of a slipstream. Is that going to help or hurt? On Brands Hatch, kind of hard to tell. Takes the inside line, 80 thousandths off of pole, and is going to get caught up with the back or with traffic here on his next lap. I think that's going to be the best he's got. Hey, I don't like this. Wilson needs to back off his lap. Yeah, there we go. He does. Andy has one more here as well. One thing I'm seeing... Oh, never mind. That was odd. I saw a pole position lap there from Lucas Smith. Ollie Raza and the Razzle Dazzle Canada Racing. And no, once again, I am not saying that right. Or I'm not saying that wrong.
Weaver has improved his time and now is in P4, moving Reggie King, Chronotis, and Schutte back down another position. So Casey Schutte outside of his home spot of P6.
He's just lost it. You know, he's washed up Casey Schutte. No, I'm kidding. Casey, don't hate me.
Rude. That is so rude.
Yeah, it's a little rude. It's all right. He can take it.
Yeah, so it's looking like the Mercedes dominance on the front row, and then Ollie Raza pulling up in third position, our points leader.
We have Mason Pierzhalski and JP Reed. They might actually knock Casey Schutte down a couple more pegs. It's very possible here. JP Reed improving quite handedly. He is into that final sector.
And it's still gaining time as he's coming through. It's about 7/10 up. I think he's going to cross the line with 7.5. Yeah, pushes himself up into P4.
Not bad. Up next to the line, it is going to be, well, the 46 car, actually. Potts Weaver, no improvement for him. And last but not least,
Pierzhalski.
Mason tight line here. Goes to P5.
Moves him up to P5.
Nicely done. It's a solid result. Nothing to shake a stick at by any stretch of the imagination. And we're immediately into gridding. You'll love to see that.
And it's still raining.
Yes, it is. A little bit of wetness out there. Let's see. It is going to be drying up, though, in the next 30 minutes. Now, are these drivers going to gamble for dries, or are they going to stick it out on wets here?
I believe the proper way to do this one is to stay on the wets, because if it's going to be wet for 30 minutes, it's still going to be wet for probably another 15 minutes after the rain stops. So it would be a wet tire to dry tire transition.
Makes sense. Will drivers gamble, though? Probably not. It's a little bit too early for the gamble. There's 4 hours on the clock. There's no need to go for the riskiness this early. Just strap on a set of wets and play it safe, and then switch them out later. No harm, no foul. As it is, what is the stint timer? That's actually something should probably look at here. Is we have a 65-minute stint timer, no maximum driver time, which means that the drivers are allowed to, well, solo basically, and no pit stop requirements.
Yeah, and depending on how the weather plays out here, we could see drivers double stint wet tires.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. In terms of wear, the wet tires are going to wear a lot less, so you might even be able to stretch the life of those out a bit longer and maybe even cut off an entire pit stop by the end of this race if you play your cards right. We'll see, as the wet is going to go away pretty quickly here. AV6 Scott leaving us here for tonight. That's all right, AV6. I hope you have a good night, brother. Aru says, time for pain. Well, I hope not. I think it's going to be a good one. Brands Hatch in the wet. That actually sounds very fun. I'm jealous for these drivers.
You really should get out on track with us one night, Mike.
Oh, we'll see. You and everybody else that wants to get on track. It's not that I don't want to be on track. It's, space is an issue.
Got to get you on track for one of these, one of our special events. That'll be a lot of fun.
One day. We'll see. But let's get into it here. Let's meet our drivers as we have it. 19 of them on the field. Starting off in P1, it is going to be Andy Borchers. Alongside him tonight will be Quinn Smith in terms of his teammates. They're going to be lined up in P1. In P2, it's going to be the vacuum racing of Wilson Fernandez and Renato Dornales, with Ollie Raza and Dan Ironman Brace behind. Justin Beachley in P number 10. Why is it like that? That's interesting. And we have Eric Gakassian in 4th position. JP Reed bringing home the crossbow into a row 2 with Mason Pierchowski in P5. Potts Weaver, 6th quickest here in the number 46 with Reggie King in P7. In the RKR, and Professor Chronotis in 8th. Casey Schutte is going to be 9th quickest, and holy smokes, Andy Borchers, 15 months. That's almost a year. Thank you so much. Justin Beachley bringing home P10 and rounds out our top 10 with his cat on the side of the car to boot. And Jason Provolone in a comfortable 11th. It ain't easy being cheesy, and no, it most certainly is not. Liam Taylor going to be in P12 in the Janetta, with Liam Koslowski in P13 for the ZDR boys. P14 is going to belong here to the number 69 ZDR of Armand Petrovics in P14, with Alex Norris in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, bringing up 15th. John Benton, 16th here for the Dutchie in the Dutch Understeer Squad. I love that team name. And Rally Dutchie, 17th for the Mad Fox Racing Aston Martin. We have Danny DeBruyne in 18th in the DBD Audi. And last but not least on the grid, it's going to be Jaeger Karu in the UWU for the Canadian driver. That sets the grid here tonight. The drivers ready to tackle this 2.4 mile circuit. 9 corners, 6 to the right, 3 to the left, 30 meters of elevation here to be changed. And in the track founded in the 1950s, it's got an old pit lane, relatively tricky entrance. I hope the drivers practice their pit entries. But as it stands, Steven, the grid is set here. What are you looking forward to most here tonight?
I'm looking forward to a lot of good racing today. I mean, yes, we're going to be racing here in the wet. It's going to be drying up, but the weather could change, and then you might see drivers out there on slicks for maybe a little bit longer than they should be, as we're now starting to get the cars moving out on this formation lap, with Borchers leading us off as we come now down Paddock Hill.
A short out lap here and a short track. We're going to be seeing quite a few laps complete in this 4-hour span, 240 minutes. Oh my, Andy Borchers gifting another sub, the Crimson Chin. That's a superhero
Gifting
to save us
subs
all.
while driving.
Right, now that you mention it. Oh my, wait, no, Quinn's behind the wheel. Our scoreboards just have not updated.
Okay.
I'm sure they'll update soon enough. But yeah. Andy Borchers doing qualifying, setting it on pole position, and hands it over to his buddy Quinn Smith.
And it looks like Eric, the boss Gakas, according to my screen, has also...
He's not out.
No. Yeah, that was weird. It switched and then it didn't switch. But Potts Weaver into the pit lane for the start.
Forgot to hit drive, potentially?
Well, it's a possibility. Or he could not keep up with the field. So we have some potentially technical difficulties there for Potts Weaver for the start of this race.
Hopefully everything gets solved before these cars get to turn 1, but he doesn't have long to do it. Currently going through Hawthorne Bend, one of the trickier corners here on the track. Onto the Derek Minter straight with the Westfield Bend. And then everybody's famous everybody's favorite corner complex, Dingle Dell.
Yes, Dingle Dell just being that little kink at the bottom of the hill before you come back up toward Sheens.
I think the drivers are going to be tackling it here relatively soon. Or no, they just did. Excuse me. Up at the front.
All right. Here we go. We're starting the end of our formation lap. Everybody's starting to line up that 2x2 formation.
Yeah, the gridding very early here at Brands Hatch. Got plenty of time before we come around the final corner here and up the hill. Some of these drivers are going to be starting off in a bend. Hopefully they don't get the bends. Quinn Smith, pole position. Wilson Fernandez in P2. I'm Mike Nause in the booth. Joining with me tonight is none other than Steven Tomazic as we get ready to go green here tonight for the final race of the championship here. Ali Raza leading it. And we go green, 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 and it's going to be a very even start up at the front. Quinn Smith under threat to the outside. Heading now into the first corner. This should be settled pretty quick, but Ali Raza sends it up the inside, takes the Bullard with him ruthlessly, and sends that to the kitty litter. Now into Druids, down the inside for Ali Raza. He should be able to make this stick pretty easily, and he does. Nicely done. Side-by-side action behind between the likes of Professor Cronotis and Reggie King as they head on into the third corner. Almost made contact there with Mason.
Yeah, almost made contact, but was able to keep it clean all the way through. Now they're starting to make their way past Surtees. Now heading up to Pilgrim's Drop. Pilgrim's Drop is that downhill before you go right back up the hill towards Hawthorne Bend, which is going to be the trickiest corner, I think, for all the drivers. It's going to get them
there's contact in a straight line. Sorry to cut you off there, Steven, but into Hawthorne Bend. As you say that, Provolone is off and into the gravel.
Oof. Was that assisted or unassisted?
It was assisted.
It was assisted. Oh, the stewards are going to have to take a look at that one. But back to the front, we have Quinn Smith now coming back down. He's now entering Sterling's, now onto Clearways. Clearways then comes into Clark Curve, and Ali Raza is right there on his tail, keeping up with Quinn Smith.
It's going to be a tough battle for Quinn ahead of him here. Hopefully the wet conditions favor him. Both equal machinery. Ali Raza is quite the intimidator to have behind you. Okay. Oh, welcome Oven 20. Down the inside goes Ali Raza for the lead of this race. Quinn Smith doesn't look like he fought it too hard, and that is going to allow Ali to take the lead once again, and he is going to try to walk away with it.
Yeah, but by doing that, he's now also put him under threat from Wilson Fernandez behind, opening up that door just for a little bit too long. Wilson almost stuck a nose in there to get that position.
He thought about it. The AMGs look strong here tonight, but of course, we'll just go ahead and say that Audi was pushed off harder than teenagers at the Backstreet Boys show. This sounds like experience, Oven. I feel like this is a personal... Did that happen to you? Does that haunt you in your dreams at night? Regardless, side by side behind here, we have into Hawthorne Bend, the Camaro down the inside there of Liam Taylor. Seems to be battles wherever you look at this current moment. Casey Schutte all over the back bumper of Cronotis. Wilson Fernandez in the top three. We'll keep an eye on these guys as this is a bit of a melee as it stands. The wet conditions pretty much being the only reason I think that these drivers are allowed to carry. Man, the Bullards are just brutalized here tonight on Brands Hatch. Bullard lives matter.
Cones. It's poor cones.
The one in the first corner still standing strong like a tree, though. Like an oak in the wind in the middle of a prairie. It's doing what it can.
Oh, man, this Liam Taylor battle is really heating up as Liam Taylor's now looking on the inside of Magnussen. Gets the pass made, but does Magnussen have the speed coming off the corner, coming down to Graham? And no, he does not, and Liam has solidly taken that P11 position.
Nicely done for the Ginetta. It's going to be a strong track here for the Ginetta. Obviously lacking in straight line speed, but not cornering ability. And this track being pretty much nothing but corners, that is going to be quite helpful. That is going to be one thing also to mention, is this track is nothing but corners, which means fatigue is going to play a role a lot earlier than you would expect. There's no real opportunities to even have a drink out of your bottle in terms of for hydration down the back straight or the middle straight. It's possible, but you got to make it quick. As Cronotis trying to make this pass quickly, it looks like he does. We'll see. No, he doesn't. Through Dingle Dell, isn't able to make it stick.
Yeah, with this track being all corners, and like you said, there's not enough time for even to take a breather in between sectors. Because once you're finished with one corner, you have to get yourself set up ready for the next corner.
Side by side, this is for Casey Schute's lead of the race as he tries to take his rightful position. And he does. Casey Schute. He's going to feel very comfortable. He's been in P6 before. Well, okay, well, hang on now. Let's not lose the back end.
And we just had a lead change again. Quinn Smith getting back around Ali Raza. I think Ali had a little bit of a hiccup coming down Paddock Hill, which opened up that door for Quinn.
We got a race on our hands here tonight for the top three. Conditions look like they're drying up a little bit here.
Ali Raza there got a little bit sideways coming out of Surtees. Kind of let him slow him down just a little bit, and now as a gap has now formed behind Quinn Smith, and now Ali Raza is under threat from Wilson Fernandez.
This is what it looks like. This is the dog chasing the bone. Wilson Fernandez and Ali Raza. Wow, so much more confidence for Wilson, it seems, under braking now. As Ali goes a little bit deep, almost loses it. He's on a knife's edge with that AMG.
Yeah, I guess he's definitely opted for that looser setup. Loose equals speed, but you also lose out on the stability of the car. So Ali Raza seems to be really fighting this car as he comes around this track.
Behind that, Mason Pierzhalski gets overtaken by Casey Schute. It looks like we're gonna go too wide into Druids.
Yeah, we got Professor Kenotis opting for the wide line, coming in around for the switchback, has the nose up there, but backs out before he gets down to Graham Bend.
I mean, smart there of him to back out. He goes for the run here, heading towards Surtees. So you go up the hill towards Pilgrim's Drop, and that is going to be the position sealed, signed, and delivered. Notice up to P6. Wilson Fernandez still trying to work Ali Raza down, and Quinn Smith walking away.
Yeah, I think Ali Raza, with that looser setup, just not preferring really this wet track condition, and is now allowing Quinn Smith to just pull away, but it's still leaving him in that vulnerability of attack from Wilson Fernandez.
As he is going to be feeling quite vulnerable. Can he hold on? Can he walk away? He needs to find that pace. As it stands, Wilson Fernandez, I think, lapping slightly quicker by 0.6 last lap. Let's see. We come to the line here. It's dead even.
Yeah, just about 0.005 of a second difference between Ali Raza and Wilson Fernandez. Ali Raza just irking out just a little bit, that tiniest amount of speed over Wilson Fernandez. But all in all, these two are at a dead heat in their times.
I think that Wilson has the pace at the current moment as he takes the alternate line up the hill. Going to be going for the run towards Hawthorne. Ali takes the racing line here. See the alternate for Wilson. He thinks about it, but just not quick enough. The equal machinery, very tricky to get an actual run that's worth going for.
Yeah, and you also have to remember that offline drive. Whoa, as Ali Raza takes a little bit too much grass, and Wilson Fernandez has to check up behind him. But taking that alternate ride line coming down Pilgrim, is very slick on that inside line, and you do not have the grip available to you.
Yeah, that'll allow you to wash wide. And if you wash wide in these conditions, you're, well, done, to be completely honest. Light up your tires, and you're going to be facing the wrong way, but it seems the rain may have stopped. Let's take a look here. It's already dried up. We have a damp track still, so we're going to be seeing pit stops fairly soon.
Yeah, with the with the track now starting to dry, these drivers are going to have to think, when is that crossover point for these wet tires? If there is a crossover for wet tires, I don't know if we're going to be seeing more rain in the near future or not, but that also has to be taken into account.
Looks like for the next 30 minutes, we're all right. It's going to be dry according to the in-game reading, which is not always the greatest. Let's see here. Let's look at Ollie Raza. He still has the windshield wipers on. But you can see there really isn't much water coming out of the sky, if any at all.
And there's not a lot of spray coming up from the car ahead of him, as the dry line has now officially formed. So as long as you keep that car in that drier line, should be fine, but I'm still seeing some rooster tails come off those rear tires.
It's going to be a gamble. I think it's definitely too early. Once that track hits greasy, I presume people are going to actually, well, the weather has decided that it wants to rain in 30 minutes.
Now comes the strategy part. Do you risk coming in, taking those dry tires for that 15 minutes? Or do you stay out on the wets to complete your stint and then come in and swap out for a fresh set of wets? Because those wet tires after this dry stint are now going to be gonzo.
Yeah, once you get those tires up to, well, temperature, which is going to happen in the dry. Here we see side by side though, Potts Weaver. This is Camaro on Camaro action, as you can clearly see from the emblem on the front bumper. It's definitely a Camaro that just made that overtake on the fellow Camaro.
Yeah, now he's attacking that Ginetta of Liam Taylor ahead. And Liam is in a bit of a battle as well with Norris.
Alex Norris being the thorn in the side of these drivers, doing a good job of defense. It's tough to overtake here. Not the easiest track to make a pass. Unlike last night, of course, or last night, excuse me. That's a different league. Never mind. Commentate too many races. It's all good.
Yeah, so we got Potts and the McLaren trying to fend off an attack from Magnussen in that Camaro. That Camaro seems pretty hooked up right now with the drying conditions and those wet tires. I think we're going to start seeing a little bit of a resurgence from these Camaros. They love to be able to put as much power to those rear wheels, and in the wet conditions, you don't really have that.
Big old 6.3 liter V8 going for the move on its fellow, not Camaro. It's a Chevy. That's all this is. It's not a Camaro. It's a Chevy. It's not a McLaren. Still don't understand that choice of livery there by Potts Weaver, but hey, neither here nor there. That goes wide for the Ginetta. Is that going to allow Potts to the inside here for Druids? I think it is. Laid onto the brakes, gets a bit of a squeeze, and is deep into the corner. We're three wide.
Ooh.
Bumping and banging there. Why don't we go back and watch that from a little bit better of an angle? Because that was, well, that was something. So we see Potts Weaver, the inside line. Goes for it. The gap gets closed. There's enough room, though. To be fair, there's enough room on Apex.
And just gets sandwiched.
Yeah, he understeers into the Ginetta. The Camaro says, "I'm coming for you," and takes the fellow Chevy out.
Don't know how he's doing it, but what a freaking legend GP is. GP in that KTM, hanging on. He's only a second and a half behind our lead pack, but he's staying up there.
The little KTM that could. with fastest lap to boot. Fastest lap set on this lap, drifting through the first corner.
1:35.7. And with the track drying, he's just going to get faster and faster.
Eric's probably saying to himself, man, I probably should maybe not get in the car.
Well, he has to get in the car for at least one stint.
We'll see. We'll see. Eric gonna. Well, maybe we can make you. No, obviously, Eric. He's been practicing. Hopefully, we'll see. Eric, have you been practicing? Let us know while you're here.
Eric says practicing is for cheaters.
True. I heard him say that twice.
Multiple times.
Wilson Fernandez feeling very comfortable behind Ali Raza. No spray at this point, but on those wet tires, definitely grip going to be minimal through Dingle Dell. Nothing happening.
These drivers still have their wipers on, but it's not raining and the track is drying out pretty quickly. I think we're down to greasy, if not close to green on track condition.
It's all right. At least Quinn Smith, he's a sensible human being. Doesn't have his windshield wipers on. I will admit,
is still damp.
Not saying that Wilson isn't, by the way, but it is one of my biggest pet peeves in living in Seattle, where people use their windshield wipers on full blast when it's like sprinkling outside. Doesn't bother me at all, as you can tell.
I keep forgetting to turn my windshield wipers on during the race just for you.
I'll notice. Trust me. I can't help but notice as much as I don't want to. Pottsweaver thinks about the inside line. See, there's still a bit of a wet spot on the inside. Need to avoid that. Or maybe not. Maybe at this point the tire's overheating. You actually want to use that wet line to your advantage to cool your tires.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going to take that alternate line to cool your tires off, you have to be able to get ready to swing back over real quickly to the dry line to make your entry into the next corner good.
That is true, and that can really result in the car getting unsettled and throwing yourself into the barrier. So play it safe rather than sorry. I can respect that decision.
So it looks like some drivers are coming in for pit stops to change their tires. So far we've had Pershulski has come in and did his pit stop. Brunn has come in, done a pit stop as well.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Pottsweaver loses it.
Oof.
Oh, mine Oven gifts a sub to JD Koa. Thank you, Oven. You don't even have a sub yourself. But thank you very much. Gifted a total of 3 subs. This is the replay here with Potts. Into the penultimate corner. Too deep. I think he hit the brakes mid-corner. And that's what unsettled the car.
Yeah,
Why you do not brake and turn, everyone.
Into the corner a little bit too hot. Took it a little too shallow. Got those tires up onto the curbing, and with these wet conditions you want to avoid those curbs.
Yeah, at all costs, especially in the McLaren. Apparently Karu got forced into pit lane. Oh my.
Oof.
An unscheduled stop then.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage to repair, it looks like, on the front of that car, that front of that Audi.
Bit of a clattering on the, I'm assuming then on the divider between pit lane and the track.
Drifted right into it.
Oh.
Big oof.
You hate to see it, genuinely. Wilson Fernandez, though, he's having a think here to the outside. It might be the favorable line, to be honest, at this current moment.
All right, so...
Oh, as I say that, woohoo, Wilson Fernandez with a lovely save.
Yeah, Prochalski is on those dry tires. I don't see his lap time improving. I think he might have pulled the trigger just a little too early to come in. There is that definite dry line, but anything off of that, he's just going to be losing pace.
Will the drivers pit? Let's take a look again here. It's a greasy track. The sun is going to come out briefly, and then the rain will return. Trust, we're cooking. Okay, apparently Mason, confident with his strategy, along with Carson, as they took a set of dries. So, Mason out on dries.
I'm going to see what his time is as he comes now down across the start-finish line, running a little bit into that wetter section of the track. It's going to cool those slicks down.
That was a second.
136.6.
1 second dead improvement.
Yeah, and he's just as fast as our leaders right now who are on the wet. So I think we've finally hit that transitional changeover in the delta times to where drivers should possibly be thinking about the dry tires right now.
But as you had mentioned
as
earlier,
Casey
Steven.
Schutte goes off.
Oh no! Casey hits the wall. Huge. What happened? So you can see that dry line very clearly for him.
Just a little bit. Touch the grass.
Casey on wets. That's the issue. Overheating wets onto slightly unideal traction, and that'll well, send the car right round. We have Luke currently in the car of the AMG. If anybody has any input on this last name, please. I am desperate on this one. I apologize, Luke, but I'm not going to try that. I don't even know where to begin.
We'll just name him Zhen. The last four, Zhen.
That makes him sound like he's not from Denmark, but that's all right.
Yeah.
Sounds German. It's the most Dutch-looking name I've ever seen.
Hey.
Nuve, probably Nuve.
Nuvenhuizen.
Yeah, there you go. Nuvenhuizen. Oh, Luke, I'm sorry to any of our Dutch viewers because that is definitely not how you say that.
That is butchered. But like I said at the beginning of this, if we're going to butcher a name, it's going to be butchered properly.
We have Johan Brunn, currently fastest lap in the Ginetta on dry tires. So it definitely is that time to think about switching if you do want to, but with that up-and-coming change of conditions, is it going to be worth it? We have a hydrate as well.
How much time? Still, it's probably about 15 minutes till it starts to rain again, roughly. It's hard to make that determination on whether you stay out on the wets and just keep driving in that wet line. Just try and save the tires as much as you can, or do you come in and change? But at the end of this stint, you are going to have to change those wets out for another wet if you do stay out. There's no saving them now.
I think that doing the math for these drivers, they're seeing that most of them only improving 1 second a lap. It's not worth the 50 seconds that it takes to go through pit lane. You need more. You need at least 3 seconds a lap, I feel, to comfortably switch over to make it worth it.
Brun had a off there. Let me go back and take a look at that one.
Simultaneously, Jaeger also having an off. We got 2 replays up for the price of 1.
Dipped his tires off into the grass at the penultimate corner. sends him off into the gravel. Doesn't look like he hit the wall. It might have, as he did slow down. Yeah, he hit the wall.
Jaeger,
unfortunately.
Jaeger with the most drawn out crash that I've ever seen. That happened like at least 400 feet before he actually, probably even more than that, before he even hit the wall. Like that was, he tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Nice Linkin Park reference.
Thank you. I can reference more than just Sum 41. JP Reed, though, he's referencing the picnic area here on Dingle Dell. What has happened? Let's take a look into the braking. Ooh, just had to make a correction mid-corner. He turned in too much. Straighten the wheel out and goes deep.
And now he's getting unlapped by Kozlowski. Or Kozlowski, sorry.
Oh, okay, well, lap traffic already happening here.
Well, no, these are drivers who are unlapping themselves from going into the pits and taking on those dry tires.
Of course. Makes sense. JP Reed under threat from a dry runner behind. He's not going to worry too much about it. We have Reggie King in the RKR. Is that a crown on the side?
Yes, a hand-drawn crown.
That's nice. I like it. What a livery. I wonder if this is a hand-drawn livery. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it is.
The background might not be.
Yeah, probably not. And neither is the American flag.
But the drawings are.
The T looks... Yo, a gradient T? Eric is going to lose his mind. Oh my goodness. Man's walking around like a tripod. Eric, that is. Oh no,
whoa.
Reggie. Okay, well...
Big crash. Big crash between Nuvenhuizen. Sorry, Nuvenhuizen. And I believe it was Brun.
Oh no, it's Karu. Karu loses it.
Oh.
All on their own. And a little bit of a love tap there as Luke. So many compliments for him to go straight on the left. That's what you call a commentator's curse, Evan. Jason Provolone trying to make do of the Audi, or rather the Porsche, no, AMG, there we go, in front of him. Provolone the back of the wet runners. Mason Pierzchalski, who pit earliest, or one of the earliest, in P13 behind. Wilson Fernandez has called it in. He goes for the pit stop.
But is that going to be just a little bit too late? Because, as we know, conditions are going to change in the next 10 minutes.
That is a... Maybe he's going for wets.
That's way too early, though.
Well, they'll be up to temperature by the time the rain falls. Maybe some.
We got about 5 minutes till the rain starts falling again. And then it's only going to be light rain until another 10 minutes after that. I don't understand the pit strategy here for Wilson.
Karu's having a rough time. Lose it in the first corner again. That's a damaged Audi. Still looking good though.
Yeah, I think his tires are just ballooned right now from how dry it is, and yeah, he's drifting that car all over the place.
Yeah, he's on wets. Definitely not the time to be on wet tires. That's Mason Pierchowski getting by Jason Provolone. Jason has made the wrong strategy call here. Mason, though, walking away smiling currently. Renato Dornales has decided to come out with the dry tires on. The Vacuum Racing Team, driver change and tire change.
Looking at the lap times, or the gaps right now, currently to the leader, Pierchowski is under 58 seconds to the lead. And he's gaining about 6 seconds per lap on the leaders. So that early pit in for those new tires, I think, is paying off, and he might be the new leader of this race come the rain in the next set of pit stops.
Man, if that is the case, that is A, incredible, and B, his teammate is going to be absolutely sweating bullets at this current moment. Carson, obviously, yeah, you know, we'll see. I don't think he's led a race yet, so he might have that opportunity here tonight. So we have currently Ryder Magnussen coming under threat from Luke Nieuwenhuizen. Nieuwenhuizen. Yeah, I think that's right. And, well, that's pretty textbook and easy for him as Ryder makes it into the gravel trap and, well, Dutch understeer squad gets by. Casey into pit lane.
Booga Booga with the hydrate.
That was a while ago, Steven. I'll hydrate again, though. We need it. Side by side, Reggie King and Renato. And Reggie King gets by. Wait, that's not wait. No, Renato gets by. Excuse me. Timing charts didn't update. That sounded odd when I said it out loud.
Casey Schutte has now come into the pits for his pit stop. Ryder having a bit of an off.
Oof. Riding the gravel line. Alex Norris gets overtaken by Renato. Renato is just carving through this wet runner field at this current moment. This is, you know, he's found some pace. 10 seconds a lap faster than the drivers around him.
Yeah, everybody who decided to stay on those wets to try and play it out for as long as they could, it's not really working out.
No, but the weather is going to change very soon. So they're committed at this point. I mean, they can't just opt to go for an alternate strategy as it would ruin their race at this point. Made your bed, now you have to lie in it.
Yep, now checking the weather radar here. It looks like the rain is about 2 minutes away. So we're going to start seeing this drying track go back to being greasy relatively quickly.
I think the track, did it leave greasy? Is it up to a green track finally?
Green track, yes it is.
It is a green track, okay. It looks like it's going to start raining pretty hard too. Side by side for the two AMGs, the Dutchie. Now it makes it by pretty easily.
Oh, Jaeger off again. Oh, he's not having a fun time right now.
Oh my. Also a little bit of damage here, and by a little bit, I mean a lot of bit of damage for Rally Dutchie.
Whoa!
That's our leader, in case you were curious. That's Quinn Smith getting overtaken by back markers by an Aston Martin that has the front end stoved in. He is being overtaken currently.
Yeah, he's definitely playing that waiting game, praying for that rain to really just come in and save the day.
Yeah, every lap that it doesn't, his race is getting more and more difficult as time goes on. We have a lot of battles suddenly developing. Mason Pierchowski and Johan side by side, and Johan gets absolutely boxed out there. Isn't able to make the run. This is a three-way battle, though, for P9. Mason on fresh tires, Reggie on old wets. And that's going to be a nice and easy overtake for both.
Yeah, and Brun in that Janetta right there on the tailboard of Pershulski, really putting the pressure on right now.
Had a bit of a dip into the gravel there momentarily. Didn't seem to affect him too much. JP Reed has decided to come into pit lane. Now might be the time that you strap on a new set of wets. But it's still too early, though. I think you're right.
I think it's still too early. It might be that time to strap on the new wets. Potentially. I did say that the rain is going to start in about 2 minutes. That's about a minute and a half ago. So we might start seeing the raindrops start falling here any second now.
Clouds seem to be darkening overhead. We hop on board here with the Janetta. Nothing yet, but it will fall quickly, as it does in Britain. Karu's just being stubborn now. Oh no.
Oh.
Johan to the inside. Makes it stick. But yeah, Jaeger, that's a rough one for you, brother. As you can see, the flash of the headlights under braking, that is how you know your race is not going well. Same with Rally.
Raza is now come in for his pit stop. He's probably changing out for another set of wets.
More than likely, yeah. That's still a gamble, but I mean, at this point, he just wants to get those tires off, I would imagine.
Who was Wilson Fernandez's driving partner?
Renato. Oh, and speaking of, well, not speaking of driving partners. Oh, that was Rally, or Jaeger, excuse me. But Ollie Raza into pit lane. Renato Donales was our first pit stop out of our top runners, and he has the fastest lap at a 1:33.3. But he has dry tires on. That's the difference.
Yes. But they literally just came in. Is that... I don't know if that was the play.
Let's see. What tires did Ollie decide on? Or rather, Dan Brace. Yeah, put on a new set of wets.
Ooh.
And there's the rain out of nowhere. Out of
rain
nowhere.
Has just started.
So Dan just is going to be, well, he's going to be smiling. He sees those raindrops and he says, all right, boys, we're in this. We're in this now.
A lot of pit strategy coming into play now. The track is going to immediately go greasy. We're currently still green. I give it a couple more seconds and we'll see it go greasy.
Oh no, as driver, as soon as the rain falls, yellow flags all over, and Jaeger has had a tire blowout. Right side tire has blown. I've never seen that either.
I've never seen a tire actually blow out.
I can't say that I have either. That's pretty impressive. Now, is Quinn going to come in? Or is he going to stick it out on his balloons? They will cool down, but they will never get back to that optimal temp.
Pershulski has come in. Dornalis does not have to come in. He's already on the wet. Quinn Smith still out there on his old wets. Has not come in because his stint timer has not reset.
What did the KTM do? They made a pit stop. They went for wets.
Yep.
In case anyone's curious why we're checking the banding, if there is a yellow line on the edge of those tires, you will know that they are on dries. Otherwise, they're on wets. Steven, thanks for that tip.
You're welcome.
And Potts Weaver, he is on
Quinn
dries.
Smith now coming in. I guess he's opting for a new set of wets, and that's going to give the race lead to Renato Dornales, who's on the dry tire and is going to have to come back in again.
Yeah, so what... I mean, in terms of pit strategy, I think Renato probably called it a wash. If he had pit slightly earlier, he would have made hay while the sun was out, quite literally. But he didn't quite get the call 100% right. Luckily, though, I think there will be no time loss. Ever wonder what a tire blown out sounds like? Like I said, can't say I've ever heard. I've heard engines blow up. I've never seen a tire blow up.
Yeah, you went on board with the... who was that blew their engine?
Two of them, actually. Dan Brace.
Dan Brace.
As well as Devin Anthony. Devin Anthony, the more famous one. He did it first, so...
Yeah,
obviously
Dan Brace,
the first is more famous.
Yes, and then Dan Brace blowing his engine out at Barcelona, I believe it was.
Yes. That was Barcelona for Dan, and Misano for the likes of Devin.
Jaeger is just trying to... he's just trying to get this car back to the pit lane. I think taking the tow would have been the better option. It would fix all that damage. You come out fresh, and you just sit there for the tow.
Yeah, 2.5 minute penalty compared to this. Nice slow crawl down the back stretch. Oh no, and still hit the Jaeger.
And he's taking out pit boards too. Oof. Or the
those
track markers.
Those don't matter too much. There's not the brakings, but you know. Welcome Wuschel, I think it is.
Raleigh's in pit lane for his pit stop.
Well. Welcome
Braun has now come in.
A lot of drivers made their first stop. There is still, though, for the drivers, in terms of pit time, there's another 25 minutes left for the stint.
Well, this now resets those stint timers.
Yes, I mean for the drivers who have not pit yet. So Professor Kanotis, Justin Beachley, Ryder Magnussen, and Jason Provolone as well. Those are your drivers that have not made a pit stop. They can stick it out for another 25 minutes if they would like. So I doubt they will.
Yeah, just looking at the tail end of Professor Kanotis' car, he's struggling to keep the power down.
I think I know what happened there, Reggie. I think the sign blocked it, but we're gonna go back and watch it again. I think Reggie King just stoved in the back bumper of the McLaren in front of him. That is Alex Norris. Let's see. We head into the braking zone. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. The bullet or the sign, well, saving the shame live, but we catch it in the replays. We also had a big dive here, and we just miss it. But I think Jason or whoever that was going down the inside took out Casey Schutte. Potts Weaver and JP Reed. We'll see, when does Eric the Boss Kakassian get in the car?
The last 10 minutes of the race.
Brutal. You can have the checkered flag, buddy. This is a battle for P2. It's not much of a battle, to be completely honest. Professor Kanotis currently on 45-minute-old wets compared to brand new wets for Ollie Raza, or rather Dan Brace, and Dan Brace takes the lead of this race.
Whoa, as we're seeing Quinn Smith making the move on the inside of Dornales. Dornales just coming out of the pits, I believe. Yes, just came out of the pits, so Dornales is now on a fresh set of wets. Quinn Smith getting around him. Professor Kanotis and Dan Brace are 1 and 2, but Professor Kanotis just got overtaken by Quinn Smith. Dornales is soon going to take the next spot, I believe.
Yeah, Chrono is not long for this world on these tires.
Nah, unfortunately what happens with these wets is if you run them too long in the dry, they actually lose the water sipes that allow the water to get pushed away from the tread. And as you can see, Chronotis is now just falling back.
Oh, and he gets a little bit onto the grass.
Took a little bit too much into Sheen's, sending him out wide into the grass. Yeah.
Oh, and he is, coming in this lap. There's no doubt about it. I do not think Chrono wants anything to do with that set of rubber anymore. Those tires are done. Let's see as he makes the turn around the final corner, and he is continuing to go on. He says, I don't care. So you've heard the expression, I'm sure, from other series that, as Steven was saying, the treads literally get ripped off, and these tires, they sort of turn into slick tires. I know I've heard that expression being described. That's not really what happens at all, but it's a good expression in terms of you're driving with no traction in the wet. And Chrono, he's experiencing that right now. I don't know why he doesn't pit.
Those wet tires, like I said, they just lose their ability to push that water away from the tread, and you just lose all grip. As Potts Weaver's now in pit lane. Jaeger's still in the pits, getting his car fixed up.
Chrono, he's a bit of a sitting duck out there, no pun intended. All right, the pun was slightly intended.
It was definitely intended. But for every lap that he stays out there, his last lap was a 1:47, whereas the leaders are doing 10 seconds or better.
That seems insane. Wow. I mean, that's true, but it's supposed to be fast. That's the joke, Oven.
Same with Beachley. Beachley still also has not come in for his pit stop, and he's doing 10 seconds behind the leaders as well. So these two are going to get overtaken by everybody who's now on those fresh set of wet Pirellis.
Chrono, please come in. Chrono, what are you doing? I don't see what the light at the end of the tunnel is for Chrono. That's the problem here, is I don't even see like oh, well, there's this that he could do. Like, this just seems at this point like he needs to come in desperately.
This is now him just being very stubborn.
It really is. It's, like I say, I don't know what the
because
we
keep telling him to come in, that he's not going to come in.
Let's see, is it going to stop raining in the next 10 minutes? No. So yeah, definitely don't agree. The light at the end of the tunnel is a train coming for him. I suspect that you might be right, Oven. Uh-oh.
Provolone off that Hawthorne.
It ain't easy being cheesy, and Provolone's finding that out here in the wet. Oh, as he crashed more than 20 seconds ago, unfortunately. But that's him stranded. Still in the replay, unfortunately. We got another 10 seconds of replay here. As we see Reggie take a dangerous line through Dingledell, but continue.
We got a battle brewing now for the lead as Quinn Smith has caught up to Dan Brace.
This is what it looks like. Or rather, what it doesn't look like. Now he sees some light, though, down the inside. Makes it stick. Comes back to the inside, though, does Dan.
And Dan Brace is on 2 lap older tires than Quinn Smith. Quinn Smith taking those Pirelli wets just a little bit later has allowed him to have that much more traction around this track.
Dan, we saw there run wide onto the grass. That's not going to help his charge at all. In fact, puts him under threat from Renato. Finally, by the way, an update on Professor Chronotis and Justin Beachley. They pit.
They finally had enough. The last one was Provolone, who is also now in. So all of our drivers will now be on fresh, newer wet Pirellis. But like I said, Dan Brace being on those new tires for longer has allowed Quinn Smith to now pull a sizable gap. I don't think they got the pressures right on that one.
Let's see. Dan Brace, Renato Dornales. Stop go 30 for Justin Beachley. That's speeding in pit lane. Somebody didn't practice their pit entries, even though we saw him doing it.
You hate to see it.
Looks left, looks right. Doesn't find anything, though. Renato. Oh, but that's going to force Dan into a mistake. Dan with an unforced error off into the gravel. That's huge.
Did he hit the wall, though?
I don't think he did. Let's see. This is a replay.
Dude just got those tires onto that curbing, that exit curb.
Oh, he did. He hit the wall very lightly, to be fair, and he kept his momentum forward, so we're looking probably at less than 10 seconds of damage, and it's going to be side damage, which shouldn't affect that AMG too much.
Okay. We have a battle brewing right now for P11 as we have Kerbal attacking the rear bumper of Norris. Potts Weaver opting to get out of the car, so Kerbal takes over and sends it up the inside at Sheens. Now they're going 2x2 into the penultimate corner, going door to door, bumping and banging as they now come down clearways. And Norris keeps a position. Whoa!
Slight miscommunication there. I think Neil Kerbal wasn't fully clear there of the AMG. Let's go back and take a look here from a different perspective. So there's that door banging that we saw. We're about to see the McLaren try to cut over to the left, and it's not going to work. There it is, right there. He thought he was clear of that AMG's nose. He was not. And, well, I guess on a bright note, you re-put you... Oh, no. Okay, there's no bright note about it. Well, Neil Kerbal put himself in this situation, and, well, now he's here. Luckily, he didn't take the likes of Reggie King out, but he has...
Careful, as Brace is now alongside of him coming around Druids, and Brace backing out. Oof.
Dan currently 8.5 seconds to Renato. That mistake cost him quite a bit. Gets the drag and gets the gets the blue flag dealt with. But definitely Reggie King needs, or Neil Kerbal, excuse me, needs to dial it back a notch here. Maybe pushing slightly too hard. But I will say, this is going to be pretty helpful. Having the leader in front of you, or rather P3, it sets that pace. It gives you a little bit of a chase. Ooh, careful.
Wait a minute.
He needs to maybe back off slightly, but...
I think the game may have glitched on my screen because it's showing that Neil Kerbal has dry tires on right now.
No, your screen is not glitched, actually. That is exactly what I am seeing as well. I mean, the lap times reflect it. He's 5 seconds slower a lap.
Oof.
Than
Somebody
Reggie King.
forgot to click wets.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right.
Oh.
He's trying to make do with it, but it's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah, I think he needs to come in and get those tires changed out, because slipping and sliding through Paddock Hill, and he's losing a lot of time. He's now losing close to 13 seconds a lap.
Wow. Yeah, Potts Weaver, I think, was the one that decided on the strategy there, but obviously it's a team issue. I know there's is it Race Labs that, or no, it's what's the program that you get to choose your strategy and stuff on?
That is ACC Drive.
ACC Drive, well, they might not have that installed. Might need to look at that one in the next Enduro.
Mm-hmm.
Reggie King doesn't want to waste any time. He's been collecting a couple incidents tonight, wanting to carry on, though, and really just not focus on it. Look forward to what is to come, not what has happened. And, well, oh, okay, we're good. Thought we were going to be in the gravel there. Visibility's poor. Bit of an understatement, to be fair.
Yes. Yeah, I'm riding on board right now with our race leader, Quinn Smith, and you can't see the taillights on the car ahead of you.
Reggie King couldn't see his braking marker and went deep into the corner.
Ooh, as he gets a little slideways, drifting around Graham Bend, and then lets our leader by.
Gotta love the don't hit me on the back. So far, it's paying dividends.
Yes.
It's actually the Eric Gakosian special livery there, which not sure why Quinn is using, but hey. Maybe Quinn has adopted some new kids and Eric is a much happier man. No. Okay. Uh-oh. Collisions on two separate parts of the track. Jägerkaru and De Bruyn again.
And it's not looking like that Audi is really doing a good job today.
No, the Audi seems to be an absolute straw. All three Audis are in the bottom four.
Yep.
Definitely, I think, a bit of a blame the car moment on that one. Let's see what it's like on board here. This is De Bruyn.
Karu says that his monitor flashed on him for a moment and he's trying to see what happened.
You know, Karu, that happens to me too, where all of a sudden all of my monitors will flash, they'll go black and then back on. I've just come to accept it at this point. I don't really know what causes it, but it happens once in a blue moon, and it's probably okay. I don't know. I'm not a computer guy. Don't listen to me.
It's fine. This is fine. Everything's fine.
That's just how I view computers as a whole. I still need to change my SSD.
You still haven't done that?
No, I'm too terrified.
If only people of the stream could watch me just face palm myself so hard.
I just don't, I don't want to take my computer apart, man. I don't know what's in there. Like, I know how to read directions and stuff, but like,
as long as you don't let the smoke out, you're fine. Once you release the smoke, that's when things don't work no more.
I don't even know what you mean by that. You mean don't fry your circuits? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
If you let the smoke out, it will not work anymore.
That is true. Go and fry a couple capacitors real quick.
Whoa, as Benton goes
my.
A little bit wide.
Alex
coming
Norris
out of Hawthorne.
Also on cue goes wide. Changing the SSD is just plugging it back in. Look, I know that, but it's to get to, like, it isn't that simple, though. Like, you make it sound that simple. It isn't, though.
It is that simple.
And I gotta deal with all my wires and stuff and cables. It's
two wires.
Well, I gotta unplug my computer and all that stuff.
All right, so we now have a good battle brewing between John Benton and JP Reed for the 4th position. Benton, I believe, has fresher tires. Yes, Benton's on 5-lap fresher tires.
It's just a wild rally duchy stranded at the end of turn 1 there. See it right in front of you. Look, chat. I'm just not that tech savvy when it comes to hardware. I'm a software guy. I'm actually deathly terrified of computer hardware. I'm just constantly afraid that some static electricity is gonna like fry my computer.
Maybe in the olden days, yes, static is a big factor in computer components, but a lot of stuff now is properly grounded. A static hit won't do too much damage anymore.
Okay, that's good to know. Because I was always told, like, never build a computer on carpet, never build it on a blanket or anything like that. You have to do it on hardwood. Or, you know, a hard surface.
I don't know, all of my computers I've built on carpets.
Well, that makes me feel... See, that's one of the main reasons I haven't done it, to be honest. Because I'm actually terrified of static.
Well, I mean, if you're that terrified of static, get yourself a grounding band.
Oh, you're right. I could just plug myself into the wall as well. Don't do that, by the way, folks. Do not plug yourself into the wall. But unless you know what you're doing, then you can. But don't.
What's this do?
No, you can plug yourself into the ground and you'll ground yourself. It's actually fine. But don't get it wrong and don't put it into one of the thin ones. Like, please don't shove anything in the electrical outlet. Just as a general rule of thumb.
Why not? It's a lot of fun. Just stream yourself.
I mean, honestly, like, that's not even a bad idea. But the problem is I'd have to have my computer on to do that. Wait, I have a second computer, though, don't I? I mean, that's fair.
I mean, you could do it through your phone.
I mean, you know, so I totally forgot that I have a laptop, so that also might help, now that I think about it.
So we've now reached that point in the race where we've now gone past our first hour.
We got a long ways to go. 3 hours left, and there is currently 3 battles on track as it stands, at least sort of developing. Renato Donales, Quinn Smith, Johan Brunn, and JP Reed, Alex Norris, and Reggie King. I think this battle might be done, though. I think Alex Norris doesn't quite have the pace to keep up with Reggie. Reggie's found his stride at this moment. He needs to not make a mistake. That's really the biggest problem that Reggie's had so far. Carson, merchant job soon. Don't worry. What? Does that mean you're driving?
And Neil Kerbel's still out there on those dry tires. Or, yeah.
I think at this point, once again, we just have some stubborn people in this lobby.
But what's weird is he's on pace with the leaders. So I'm thinking
he is.
I'm thinking it might just be a glitch where he is actually on wets.
Yeah, that would make sense. Because you're right in that he is lapping quicker than everybody just about. Maybe he is. That just doesn't seem right. Is Potts in the chat?
Is there some kind of dry tire meta that we don't know about?
Uh-oh. Casey parking it. This looks to be maybe a technical problem. Let's see, through the first corner, he's going slow. Oh, he's lost. Oh, he lost the back end. Whoa.
Yeah. I don't know.
Some sort of technical problem, for sure.
Raleigh is now in the pits, I guess, to get some damage repaired. Jaeger's still in the pits. He hasn't come back out yet since his incident with the blown tire.
Here we go. Side by side. Johan. He smells blood in the water. He says, I'm quicker than the KTM. The two off-meta cars here.
JP covering off that inside line.
Late block there from the K. Well, not really. Fair block from the KTM. Late move from the Ginetta. Oh,
Ginetta
Depot
goes wide.
What a save.
Very good save.
Alex Norris has just been overtaken by Neil Kerbel. Yeah, I think you're right in that it's a glitch.
It has to be.
His lap times are too even with everybody else.
Or there's a dry tire glitch or dry tire meta that nobody knows about yet, where you like maybe pump up the tires to 100.
I think that used to work, but that was on on whatever tire that you were on for wet or dry. I don't know. We'll see. Be interesting if we can talk with him at some point, or if we could hear from his teammate. Surprised we haven't seen Potts in the chat yet, honestly.
Johan Brunn is still trying to make a move on JP Reed. Looks like he's going to have the better run out of the final corner. JP covering off that inside line again, but Brunn has the outside line. You're coming into Paddock Hill side by side. Still side by side, heading up towards Druids.
Switchback attempt here for the Ginetta. It's going to get covered off, though, pretty easily. Yeah.
Going out wide again.
That was
and doesn't save it that time.
I got to admit, Johan should have saw that coming. That was a pretty obvious block there from JP Reed, which, by the way, I'm not saying it's illegal. Totally legal block that he did. Just, it was going to happen 10 out of 10 times, that's all.
Yep. Yeah, it's looking like the outside line at Druids is not the place to make an attempt.
Oh, no. That's huge. Reggie King just crashed and took out the penultimate corner braking board.
Oof.
Well,
and he's struggling to get the car back on track, too.
The penultimate corner just got a lot more spicy. As we have our first driver arriving at the scene here, you can see no braking marker to the left or to the right. Thankfully, I think most people use the guardrail and the orange indicators as braking, but if you used that board, well,
it's gone.
Yeah, you're in bad shape. Now, so if anyone is wanting to get that braking board back, if you are a teammate of another driver, if the servers aren't down, which you never know with ACC, so do this at your will. I do not necessarily recommend this, but if you leave the game and join back, you will have all of your braking boards replaced. They're all client side, they're not server side.
Let me just check real quick. Servers are up as of 3 minutes ago.
So you should be good to do that, but like I say, ACC is a strange game with driver changes, so do it at your own risk. But it will give you your braking boards back if you do it successfully.
And I would do that right before you're supposed to get into the car. Because you never know, somebody might take those braking boards out again.
Yep. Even if people can't see them. That's the thing. If it's on your screen and someone drives over it, I think it still breaks it.
Yeah, and Brunn's really struggling now. I think that tap into the wall coming out of Druids has really messed up the front end of that car a little bit, as we see him just dip the tires into the grass coming down Pilgrim Drop.
Renato Dornales has also found the back bumper here of the race leader. The matter, I think, of when, not if. But one thing I just wanted to mention here is AMG is looking very strong here in the GT4 class.
Yeah, the AMG has always typically been the meta for the GT4s. This last update was supposed to kind of even those cars out, but it still hasn't really happened.
Now, the Alpine went from being the most dominant car to the AMG.
I mean, the AMG was always really strong. But yeah,
true.
the Alpine for the longest while was the meta.
As I get flashbacks to the grand finals.
Ooh, JP Reed is off track.
Looks to be a fully unforced error, too. And Eric's not even behind the wheel.
Ooh, just dip those tires onto that the outside curbing.
Barely.
That's
Man,
all it
just
takes.
touched the outside curb, and that car was not happy.
Yeah, those painted curbs in the wet are murder.
Don't worry, I won't disappoint. Awesome. You love to hear it. Had to get the jab in there while I could. Back up to the lead of this race. Renato Donales slowly reeling in our leader. Not really going for it too early here. Currently 28 seconds is the gap. And Renato took an extra pit stop too. Imagine if he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, if he
JP
didn't
is
make that pit stop, he would probably be in the lead of this race. Yeah, probably about 10 seconds ahead of Quinn Smith.
Yeah, I would say so. So the pace is there. It's just a matter of getting in front. Now, obviously, Quinn Smith, he has his teammate, who we have not seen yet, Andy Borchers. He did qualifying. And once you put Andy behind the wheel, that might change things up. Not to say Quinn isn't a quick driver. Obviously, he's leading this race. Andy, he's a little different. A little different in a good way. Very quick.
Brun is now attacking the rear bumper after his mistake going against JP. He's now attacking the back bumper of Pershulski. Now coming up Pilgrims, heading up towards Hawthorne.
Mason on one of the older sets of wets due to the fact that he pit early. Comparatively, about 4 minutes difference between Johan and Mason.
Mason. We have rain reducing in 10, so we're probably going to go to light rain in about 15 minutes.
Oh, no!
As Jan Brun.
What a save!
Oof.
Again, Johan, I think that's his second save. Let's go back and watch that. This is the onboard here.
He's going to have to change out that flame suit when he gets out of that car.
Certainly testing the structural fortitude of those racing trousers. As look at that. Milks the cow.
Yeah, just dipping. He's taking a little bit too much of the racetrack and dipping those tires off into the grass. He really needs to be careful with that. As we see him going over into like no man's land coming out of Paddock Hill.
Yeah, Johan, he's wrestling an octopus here with that Ginetta. Again, needs to be careful of those curbs. Neil Kerbel behind. They're going to be riding this out presumably till the dry. I think these drivers are going to be going as long as they can. Cronotis here, who made the most interesting strategy, or rather Jarek Snyder behind the wheel now.
Yeah, didn't really do it for them as Jarek Snyder is in P9. So they are they're one position off where they started. So Cronotis started in P8, Snyder is now in P9. So they lost one position overall because they did not come in and swap tires.
I think they lost more than that. I think they gained a couple positions at the start, because that was just, from Cronotis, not the right strategy call. Again, not trying to dig or anything. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Here's the move to the inside. The Hawthorne, not going to happen though. Smartly backs out, does Neil Kerbel. That would have been maybe a bridge too far. Neil, though, not giving up.
Sir Clay in
Vamos,
chat.
says Sir Clay. You love to see it.
Welcome to the chat, Sir Clay.
Uh-oh. Jason Provolone in the Audi has had another mistake. We're going to stick with this battle, though.
Ooh,
and there's
spun it.
It's a bad
Spun
day
it
for the
around.
Audis.
Yeah.
Jason not really in any threat of losing a position to Casey. Casey is down a lap relative to Jason. But if he keeps that up, we might have all three Audis in the bottom three. Although Rally Dutchy, who says that they've done their one mandatory hour, I think they may have pulled it off to the side. Or no, Karu, excuse me, Karu said it. Dutchy in pits has been in there for 6 minutes. That might be the end of the race for them.
Yeah, Karu, Jaeger Karu has retired, it looks like. Dutchy is, like you said, in the pits now. He's been in there for a while.
We have a new driver behind the wheel, John Baton, in the Dutch understeer squad. Or Jon, I would imagine. Jon Baton. The teammate of Luke Nieuwenhuizen. I'm so sorry, Luke. I mean, you gotta try. You gotta give it the college effort there, but not quite, definitely not quite hitting the mark.
Neil Kerbal losing a little bit of time there. Coming around the final corner onto the front straight. Gaining it all back as we see Jarek Snyder go off at Paddock Hill. Unforced error, just loses it by dipping the tire onto that wet exit curb. And that 42T Swizzle is not looking so good.
I hit the wrong button, everybody. All right, well, we got 40 seconds of a replay of nothing. Sorry about that. We might actually catch the incident at play. This is what led up to it, though. I'll tell you that. So this is the battle between the number 96. Or is it? No. Who is that?
42.
40. No. Who's the other car? It's Potts,
That
isn't it?
was
Potts
Neil-
Weaver's teammate. Neil Kerbal, that's
It was
right. Neil
Kerbal,
Kerbal, 46. 46. So here we go. Heading into Paddock Hill. And then I think it's going to cut away. Yep. Ah, it's literally as... Okay, couldn't have timed that worse. Rally tapping out. Feels like you're running on slicks and on high TC. Fair enough, Rally. Appreciate you putting in the college try. You got more than an hour out there. So hopefully the next one goes a little bit better. Brands Hatch, tough track, add some weather to it. Well, it's a bit of a nightmare.
We got some back marker action going on between our leaders, Dornalis and Quinn Smith, in around Johan Brunn. And that has kind of opened up a little bit of a gap between Quinn and Dornalis as they're now coming down Pilgrim.
The next back marker, very far up the road, not to worry about for this moment, but Renato, I think he is very comfortable with the pace of Quinn. He's quicker, Renato is, for sure, but as it stands, these two are really in a league of their own. Let's pull up the relatives here so you guys can see. Dan Brace, 38 seconds behind.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Dan Brace is just continually losing more and more time. He's about 2 seconds slower than our leaders right now.
What just happened? Someone disconnect? Yeah, somebody disconnected. Oh, Rally
Raleigh
disconnected.
did. Yep. So Raleigh being our second retirement of the race tonight or today.
That really confused my scoreboard when Raleigh left. Like everything broke. That was hilarious. But you can see the action slowed down a little bit here. No denying that. Renato Dornales, like I said, I don't think he's in any hurry whatsoever to get by. Looking at the conditions, though, it's drying up. It's going to be interesting again here soon. I assure you that.
Casey Schutte had his another off. This time at Paddock Hill Bend. I got the replay up on that one.
Keep an eye on the lead battle here on the main feed still, as this could really develop at any time. Any mistake whatsoever from Quinn and it will... Oof, Casey... Or Casey's team, rather. Unlucky.
Yeah, on the straight coming in before the braking zone for Paddock Hill, it looked like the rear end just got a little bit away and he corrected it. And then entering in, it looked like the rear got away from him again, corrected it again, and then getting onto that wet painted exit curb just was the last straw and sent them around.
It's a battle of the conditions here tonight, more so than it is a battle on track. As these drivers try to tackle some of the trickiest conditions out there. You can see Renato very confident. As it stands, looking at the pit timers, we have plenty of time. Definitely will not affect the strategy here in terms of the drivers with the wet. Still got over 20 minutes to go before they are required to pit. Now, do you predict any wild strategies out of these guys again, or do you think that they're going to be a little bit more calm this time?
I have a feeling we're going to see Pachalski be the first one to make a move, just like he did the last time, to try and capitalize on those dry tires. I think he came in maybe just a couple laps too early to try that strategy, as the track was still damp and wet in a lot of spots. But I honestly think that the strategy to go on would be to go to the dries if we don't see weather in the next 30 minutes after the rain stops.
Ooh, here we go. Switchback attempt. Wilson Fernandez might be going for the lead of the race here. I think he's Renato Dornales. And it looks like the driver out of the pits. He should be able to make this stick. Inside line should be more than favorable through Paddock Hill and into Druids. That's going to be Quinn Smith relinquished to P2.
Flirty 630, another stinky cheese man connoisseur. Sending love over to Mr. Provolone.
As the love gets sent, we see another type of send. Oh my goodness,
Whoa.
A little bit too deep into the back bumper of JP Reed. JP is going to be fuming at that. Rule number 1 of racing, don't hit your teammate. Rule number 2, don't hit the admin car.
Yes. And Pachalski is going to benefit from that one. The stewards are definitely going to have to take a look at that one.
Yeah,
It definitely looked like Brun missed his brake point and just plowed into the rear end of JP.
The battle for the lead doesn't look like it's over yet. Quinn Smith still keeping Renato honest. Steve, you should check your Discord. But into the final corner. Quinn, what has he got left in the tank here? Seemingly slipping. Good rotation, but we've seen through that first quarter the over-rotation is one of the biggest problems. Steven, I tell you what, why don't you take us through an onboard lap here with the likes of Quinn?
Yeah, as we're now coming into... Where are we now? We're coming... I don't even know where we are. Just coming out of Graham Bend. Coming up through Sutries, I believe. Yes, now we're... No. Where are we? Yes, we're now heading down Pilgrim towards Hawthorne Bend. Hawthorne Bend being the trickiest, one of the trickiest corners on this track. Is we see Renato Dornalis dipping a tire into the grass a little bit. Now moving through Westfield Bend, now down the hill towards Dingle Dell. That once you get through Dingle Dell, you're on your way back up through Sheens and now onto the penultimate corner, Sterling's, through the Clearway Straight. You're gonna try and stay out as far to the left as you can to come through Clark's Curve, which is the final turn of this racetrack, onto the Brabham Straight, and now back down into Paddock Hill. Paddock Hill, another one of those corners that can really catch you out if you're not ready for it. And now back up the hill towards Druid Hairpin. Druid Hairpin, known for a lot of outside sends, a lot of switchback moves, and now back down towards Graham and onto the Cooper Straight and back up to Sutries. Surtees. I need to say that. Surtees. But yeah, Quinn Smith just still keeping Renato Dornalis in check, as we see Renato going off onto the wet line, as we now see a dry line starting to form, and there's JP Reed going off track, allowing these cars to go around. Yeah, the dry line is starting to form. The rain has officially stopped. So we're now going to be going through another drying phase of this track.
A matter of if, not when, when the pit stops happen here. Or rather when, not if again. We'll see. Sooner than later, we're going to be seeing the drivers come in. Obviously, they're going to want to wait till the track's greasy. And as you said before, Mason, maybe going to be pulling that trigger early as he did last time. I think Carson will be taking the wheel after that as well. See some driver changes. New faces. We might see the likes of Ollie Raza handing that car, or excuse me, Ollie Raza already handed over, but Quinn Smith handing it over to Andy Borchers. I'm so not used to that team happening. Whoa! Now that is an early drive-through penalty picked up for Johan Brunn.
Yeah, Jan Brunn making that move, making that attack on JP Reed. This is now going to set him back with that, set him back behind JP with this drive-through.
That is absolutely crucial. I will say, I guess you're wiping out your 3 or your 4 speed tokens early, and it will reset back to 0, but that is devastating to be happening on lap 52. We're not even halfway through this race. Justin Beachley, though, crawling all over the back bumper of Armand Petrovic. I think he's fresh behind the wheel, or at least not too long ago for the Austrian driver. Is that Austrian or Latvian? Hang on. No, it's Austrian. It's tough to see, though. Might be Latvia. I think that's actually Latvia. It's a little bit darker. So the Latvian driver, Armand Petrovic. The last name makes more sense to be Latvian, too. And also, Carson's absolutely terrified to get behind the wheel. It's all right, Carson. You only have what, an hour-long stint to not drop the car? What could possibly go wrong? Show the Iron Man? We can show the Iron Man.
Oh.
Currently not representing the Iron Man livery. Did we just see an overtake happening as I switched off?
I think JP just flashed. I think he disconnected there for a second because he like just disappeared. And now he's all of a sudden in front of Brun.
Oh my.
As Brun took care of his drive-through.
Unfortunately, we see the 46 car, Neil Kerbel, lose it again in the first corner. This has claimed the victim, or claimed the lives of many victims here tonight. And that is going to be no damage sustained, more than just a little chip on the pride there for Neil Kerbel. But as it stands, Dan Ironman Brace, or Dan Super Rev Brace, as he's been aptly named since he blew up his Aston Martin's engine, currently sitting in P3.
We now have this battle again for P6 with JP Reed and Johan Brun. Are we going to see Brun send it again into the rear bumper of JP?
It's definitely possible. We've seen Johan a little bit loose when it comes to the corner entries. We don't see much of a fight, though.
Line. Yeah, he's got the inside line coming into Paddock Hill, and Reed just gives up the position. I guess Reed has a little bit too much damage to really contend against that Janetta.
Yeah, he's definitely nursing something.
Whoa, as we see the Janetta go wide.
He should be able to hold on to the position, but definitely, you know, testing his theory on that one. Yes. Like I said before, Johan a little bit loose in that corner entry every now and then. I think he's just overdriving the car, honestly, just slightly too hard. Like, needs to back off 1 or 2%, and he should be more than good. Let the car do the work.
And back up to the front of the field, Quinn Smith still keeping Renato in check. Only half a second behind, but I'm seeing that number going down closer to a tenth to 2 tenths behind.
I mean, honestly, Quinn's pretty much doing what Renato was doing for most of this race, just staying within a second and really just waiting for a mistake from the driver in front. That's all you can ask for at this stage. There's still 3.5 hours left, plenty of time. You don't want to go for any bold sends because in reality it just doesn't gain you anything. It just loses you time. But these two, time is not necessarily an issue for them. 47 seconds is the gap to Dan Brace behind. They basically have a free pit stop. That's insane. And Renato pit twice. I can't emphasize that enough. Like, what sort of pace does this Brazilian team have where they pit twice and they're still leading this race handedly?
As we see Johan Brun going off track. What happened there? Looks like the entry to Paddock Hill, or the exit of Paddock Hill, has sent him around. No, up towards Druids, maybe.
Interesting. Paddock Hill has been a weak point. Oh, he's just okay. He forgot to brake.
Forgot about the pedal on the left. And that has now opened the door to allow Turner Johnson up into P7 in that 420 Camaro.
Well, the ZDR boy is going to be smiling from that one. A bit of an easy mistake to make. Well, forgetting the middle pedal exists, you know. Not the easy, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, it is what it is. Endurance racing, it gets the best of everybody at a certain point. But I will, once again, I think that Johan, he just needs to back off a couple percent. He comes into pit lane. That's a smart choice. Might be a little bit early to go for dries, but I respect the choice.
Those tires.
He might honestly be saying enough's enough. I want to switch team, or I've had enough. I'm going to hand this over to Liam Taylor.
as we now have another rain event in 30 minutes.
Oh my goodness, this is the absolute worst conditions to get good racing in, but that's okay. And as I say that, another mistake for JP Reed.
Yeah,
Again, I am reading that name correctly too. It's not Eric Kakasian behind the wheel, so interesting decisions.
Yeah, I think JP might have rear diffuser damage as we see the other ZDR boys car off track and then rejoining in front of JP.
Yeah, so it's a bit chaotic out there.
A little bit. I mean, these tires are now heating up once again. We're going through another heat cycle on these wets. Drivers aren't able to really keep these tires cool enough.
Was that a flash of the headlights, or was that a flash under braking?
I think that was a flash of the headlights.
Yeah, I think it was. JP Reed saying hi. Fair play, fair play. 2 hours, 24 minutes, 16 seconds, though. Drivers will be taking a trip down pit lane within the next 3 or 4 laps, presumably. Maybe a little bit sooner even, as the track it's not drying that quickly. Sun's not really out.
Okay.
You can take a look in the top right. It's cloudy. Cloudy, and then rain in 30 minutes. Track is still wet.
And it looks like Liam Taylor is opting for the dry tire. So he is our first driver to go onto the dries after Brun comes in for his pit stop. For the driver swap as well.
Yeah. I mean, I like that. I think it's a good strategy change for this team. They needed something. You know, Johan, he drove a great stint, but eventually I think he just fatigued, and that was sort of what caused exactly. I think that's what caused it. He was driving at the level that he was at the beginning. He needed to back off a couple notches by the time there, and he just wasn't able to. He says, look, I need a mindset change here, bring it in the pits, hand it over to my buddy Liam. He'll be able to take it home from, well, not take it home, but he'll be able to take it a good ways from here.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
As we Persalski off.
That's huge. Mason has been driving extremely well.
And Smith went off as well. Where is Smith?
Somebody dingled the Dell of Mason Pierachowski on that one.
Ooh, Smith at the exit of Surtees hits the wall. And now Casey Schutte is making the move on the outside. Casey Schutte being a back marker right now. Oof.
Mason elects to stay out. Interesting. After that spin, I would have thought he would come in, but fair enough.
They might be going for a little bit of a different pit strategy this time. They saw that they potentially came in just a little too early.
I mean, I think it is still too early, to be honest. Let's take a look, though. Now is the time to check. Liam Taylor, 1:45.9 was his previous.
I think that was his
out lap. Yeah, so never mind. It's not the time to check yet. About halfway through the lap, we'll check at the end. But that'll be the real tell. Is it ready for wets? Or excuse me, is it ready for dries? We saw earlier some drivers stick it out on wets to the very end. That wasn't the right strategy. Renato Dornales has done 2 pit stops. That's because he went for those dry tires, and it was the right call. He should have went a little bit earlier, in fact, maybe a lap or 2, and it would have really, really established the lead of this race. But
Liam Taylor has to be careful. He's got the leaders coming up behind him right now, and he's now crossing over the finish line for the 140 even. So
it's not ready.
The tires are not there yet.
Too early.
The track condition is not there yet. Yeah.
I still, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with the strategy as a whole on paper from the team, but in the moment, I still think that Johan made the right call, and so did Liam in coming in. Johan was struggling, and he needed that change. Should have maybe stuck it out a lap or 2 longer, but it might have been more detrimental than this. So I respect it. I understand the mid-moment decision. I think it was the right one. It's just you're going to have to suffer a little bit here on some very, very cold tires for a good couple laps.
Yeah, Johan just needed to get out of that car, sit down, have a breather, and reset himself, I guess, probably for the final stint of the race. We might actually see 2 more pit stops from a lot of these drivers after this next round, depending on how the weather plays out.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, we really have no idea how many more pit stops to expect. Just, weather is the permitting factor at this point. Because it's been less than 30 minutes, or less than 40 minutes per. A great view here. So close.
Kerbal sniffing the diffuser of that KTM.
Has the run. Is going to get alongside, but as the outside line, this should be fairly not doable. Switch back.
Backs out. No. Takes the right action and back out before cutting into Hawthorne. And pretty much just resetting himself for the next attack. Probably going into Paddock Hill.
Yeah, or into Druids as well. The outside line is not favorable here. Doesn't matter what corner it is. You got to have some serious speed to go for an outside line overtake. The inside is going to be your friend pretty much every single time because you can run them wide out to the grass. This is a track that doesn't have any runoff area, and wow, that is a less than showroom ready Camaro.
Yeah, Petrovic's running it. Oh yeah, running it out wide on the final corner. Hits that inside wall near the pit entry.
Oof, nice.
Not a very good. Not a very good lap for him. He's gonna have to come in and get that bonnet fixed. I think I'm seeing that front left side tire pointing inward a little bit.
Very unfortunate there for the ZDR boys, but what a lovely battle we're seeing here between these two. Neil Kerbal really wants to get this done. He thought he had it briefly. There was no beans.
Looking on that outside line again.
I don't like it. He goes for it. He gets it. Oh, and there's contact. That's always the risk of going for the overtake on the outside.
Spoke too soon.
It was almost there. He was almost clear, but almost is the key word there. Let's go back and watch the replay of this from a different angle. So we see the drag race. The McLaren has it into the braking zone. Gotta say, textbook so far. But I think that might be down to latency, honestly. I know JP Reed is down under. He's in Australia. And just the lightest of touches there.
Might be latency, and also might be just carrying a little bit too much speed into Hawthorne going too wide. As that is a hard corner to keep it on the inside of the track if you're going too wide.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I mean, like I say, I love the attempt, but I just, in GT4 cars, in the wet, it's tough overtake. Neil Kerbal, I respect the attempt. The execution, though, actually, I gotta say, though, the execution was fine. In fact, the overtake was done. It really was just down to the KTM. So, I mean, Neil, good on you. I take back what I said.
Yeah, but that has allowed Turner Johnson to pull even further away. Turner rounding out our top 5 right now in that 420 ZDR boys Chevy Camaro.
And while we have a little bit of a lull here, we're going to be seeing the pit stops happen pretty much this lap. We're starting to see the start of them. Mason has decided to come in. He hands the car over to Carson. Where has Carson come out? Carson is in P9. Was doing pretty well until that mistake. Yeah, I got it. Mason, you were honestly crushing it. Strategy call was on. Driving was on. One small mistake is what it is. Be proud of yourself there on that one. You did great.
Yeah, Mason, did you guys opt to switch over to the dry tires once again, being, well, I believe the second car to switch over now?
I imagine so. Let's take a look. That is indeed a set of dries there for the Syracuse University Porsche.
Oh, they went wets this time, he says. I think we might have
I think he's
game
bluffing.
glitch.
I think he's bluffing. He didn't go wets. There's no way. there's actually no way.
Well, he just finished his out lap, so this would be his relative time. This is where we probably see which tires he went with.
Never mind, we are on
they
dries.
went on dries on accident.
Set it wets didn't work. You wanted to go wets? Why? Maybe because it's raining in 10 minutes. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's tough. I just don't know. Like, I say that like I know. I don't know. I've literally no idea. I don't know what the strategy is at this moment. But Quinn Smith, he thinks he does. He's come into pit lane. Let's see what he has on the cards.
Johnson has also come in this pit lane. They might be switching to another set of wets, and it looks like Ali Raza has taken over for Dan Brace.
Now, Ollie in P4. We have John Benton in front of them. They need to make another stop. Planes were wets. No idea why it went on dries. All right, cameraman. Here we go. But that's unfortunate.
Ali Raza, I believe, is on wets. Yes, Ali Raza is on wets.
Okay, that explains his slow times, but he's not that slow, to be completely honest, even on those wet tires.
Nah, it's kind of like in that transitional period between where you would want to go to the dries.
Still damp. Interesting. So Carson's going to have to come into the pits probably pretty soon then. That's unfortunate that their strategy didn't work out for them. Or rather, didn't take in terms of clicking the right buttons. But while we are in this little change, let's go and take a look at our calendar real quick. It's been a moment. As we head on over real fast, we can see all of the championships that we have had in the past, to be completely honest. Pretty much all of these are done and dusted. The ones that we really care about right now, obviously the 1K tournament, April 27th is the start for that. It's $1,000 on the line. First place gets $600, second gets $240, third gets $120, fourth and fifth, so on and so forth. Well, fourth and fifth are the prizes as well. It is a huge race, huge championship. It is involving multiple days. Track on Misano, then on, or Silverstone. No, it's Misano, Silverstone, Misano, Red Bull Ring. So there's a redemption race in there, an LCQ, a little bit different than you're used to. Very fun format. We also have the GT3 Draft and Drive format. That's coming up soon. That's going to be on the 28th. So do get signed up for that. It's a bit of a draft. I mean, in terms of like the NFL, you draft players and that will be your team for the race. So on more, like I said, more information on that championship. All of it is on SimGrid, a link there in chat. We also have a friend swap race, an IRL friend swap race on the 21st. Basically, what is that? Well, you're basically trying to spread your passion of sim racing to people that don't necessarily know all of the ifs and ins and outs, and maybe judge you slightly on what you do. So it's time to show, well, them what you do and put them behind the wheel for a race where they're going to be racing other people that have no idea what they're doing. It's the less that you know, the more encouraged they are. So find whoever you would like, your wife, your brother, sister, children, husband, however, spouse of any regard. Get them involved and get everyone involved, the kids. It's a really fun time.
Even pull a hobo off the street.
You know, do that at your discretion, but yeah, why not? You know, if he's a good guy, ain't nothing wrong with that, but TRACKILICIOUS doesn't necessarily endorse that. But we thank you. So head on over to SimGrid, check out the championships, and more to come as well. Our GT3 championship will be resuming soon with the rookies and the open. All of that will be back. It's just, we're working on it. And again, Thank you to our Patreons, all of their wonderful names on screen. Thank you to our V8 Muscle Inline 4 and our donors as well. And especially thank you to our V12 Exotics. You guys are what makes the wheels turn here at TRACKILICIOUS, what provides the race fuel. And yeah, thank you. Back
thank
to the
you
session.
Thank you to Shell VR for the compliment. We really do try to get the streams and the broadcasts done very well, but also to Eric Gakosian and the admin team here at TRACKILICIOUS to put on these events. They are a lot of fun to broadcast as well. A lot of fun to drive in, as we see Kozlowski going off.
We also have a real battle for the lead happening here now. Andy Borchers and Wilson Fernandez, two titans battling it out here for the race lead. But yes, thank you to everybody in chat as well. All of our followers, all of our Twitch subscribers. That is one of those statistics that we don't have in there, but there's quite a few of you. And when it comes to follows, I gotta say, massive thank you. I know I said it recently, but we hit 1,800 followers just a couple streams ago. We're already up to 1,827. So keep it up, guys. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button.
And Carson Cass now coming in to switch those tires out, it looks like.
Unfortunate. Definitely not where he wanted to find himself here on his debut enduro race, but side by side for the race lead here. Down the inside goes Andy Borchers. Oh, there's contact!
Ooh, contact.
Wilson gets shoved wide, and Andy Borchers takes the lead of this race. We can go back and take a look at that one again. Here's the replay here. We're going third person. Well, we're going helicam. You go down the inside. I gotta say, Andy probably could have left a little bit more room. Wilson Fernandez now 3.1 seconds off the gun. Neil Kerbel overtaking Justin Beachley as well.
Yeah, that gravel pit just grabbed onto that 888 Mercedes and just did not let it go. And now Wilson Fernandez has a huge fight to get back up to the rear bumper of that number 5 Mercedes.
Mason says his drives were on 35 PSI. Oh my goodness. That's a slight miscalculation on that one. Driving on balloons. Or rather on rocks, I should say. Or 35? No, that's a balloon. What am I talking about? That's a huge balloon.
Yeah. He's probably seeing pressures close to 40 to 45.
Oh, you'd wet selected and it changed the drive. Yeah, that makes sense. So you put it in at 28 PSI basically to start. So obviously the base pressures for the wets, you're looking at about 31 to 33. Is that the nowadays? Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, wet tires you want to keep around 30 to 30.2.
30 to 30.2. Okay. So 30. Gotcha. It's changed. Back in my days, it was 32 PSI.
Yeah, with that big tire update, they lowered the pressure, so your optimal pressure for dries, as I'm saying this, it's raining now. The dry tires, you want to try and keep them around 26.7 PSI is the optimal range. If you go a little bit lower, you gain a lot of more grip, but you lose more traction per lap. So the tires get eaten up a lot faster with the lower pressure, whereas the higher pressures, it kind of, you keep your grip, but you lose you keep your tread life, but you lose your traction. So that middle ground.
Let's sum it up a little bit here. I gotta say, it's a good explanation. Maybe a little bit complicated,
a little long-winded.
Yeah. basically what he's saying is if you have more air in your tires, you have a little bit less of a traction patch. Your tires aren't touching the ground as much, which means less of your tires are wearing at a less speed. When you have tires that are slightly less air, your contact patch is much higher, therefore more of your tire is wearing per lap. That makes sense?
Yeah, you want to be in that middle, which the 26.7 is right around where you want to be. And then with the wets, you want to keep them around 30.2.
Those numbers have changed since when I drove. Here we go. Carson Cass, fresh out on wet tires and looking racy, gets the overtake on Justin Beachley. Next up the road, Reggie King. Liam Taylor here also on the battle for P7.
Yep, and we have a battle right now for P3 between Ali Raza and Jan Benton.
Ollie seemed to make pretty easy work.
Yeah, made that pass look real easy. As JP Reed now coming in, as well as Jarek Snyder for their pit stops. Now, is this where we're going to see Eric the Boss Gakos come on track?
He needs to come out soon, I will say. It's been a while. Thank you very much as well to Adam Stu for the follow. Much appreciated.
Liam Taylor in the Janetta attacking the rear bumper of Kozlowski. And Neil Kerbel right behind him, trying to keep Taylor in check as Kerbel looking to that inside line heading through Hawthorne. As we see Taylor go off.
It's a nice gifted position there to Neil Kerbel. Liam Taylor a little bit deep. I don't think there was any contact.
Nah, it didn't look like there was contact. Probably Liam got a little bit spooked that Kerbel was trying to make that move on the inside. But now Kerbel is on the attack against Kozlowski.
But Kozlowski's been forced into a mistake. He's gotten a drive-through penalty. Oh! He's also been shattered up the rear there because he was going slow into the corner. Now, I mean, I think Neil should have saw that one coming. He had the drive-through penalty. He was going to serve it. But a slow pit entry, that's what caused that. Just a slight miscommunication. I don't blame either driver for that one.
Yeah, but now Taylor needs to, or Kozlowski needs to. Kozlowski might have rear diffuser damage after that slight punt by Kerbel.
Yeah, he won't be able to repair it either. Of course, he is just serving a drive-through penalty. Oh my, Carson's struggling. He had the overtake on Justin Beachley not too long ago. Now he's dropped 4.1 seconds. Also, you get what you wish for. We now have Eric the Boss Gakosian out on track. Some say that he knows 2 facts about ducks. Both of them are wrong. Anyways, Reggie King in P9. That's the mandatory screen time, or contractually obliged screen time, done and dusted for Eric the Boss Gakosian. Liam Taylor side by side here with Casey Schutte. Or, yes, that is Casey Schutte, though they're on different laps. Casey unlapping himself.
Yeah, it looks like the field has really thinned out. A lot of big gaps between.
Ooh, that was a bit rude. Liam Taylor, he slows down. He knows what he did. It's not like it's for position, but that was a bit rude. But yeah, the field has spread out. Oh, wait, hold on. Yo, that was an overtake. Carson, let's go. Up to P11.
Yeah, that's really the only battle that we have on track right now. Wilson Fernandez keeping that 2.5 second gap behind Borchers. Ali Raza not really showing the pace right now. He's about a second slower than our lead 2 cars.
I wonder if, because they pit pretty early onto those wets, I wonder if he maybe overcooked them.
He is. So Wilson Fernandez, out of our top 3, has the freshest of the tires. He's only been out for 12 minutes, whereas Borchers has 1 extra lap on Wilson, and it looks like Ali Raza has 3 laps on Wilson, 3 or 4 laps on Wilson. So definitely on those older tires, and probably potentially, like you said, overcooked them.
Yeah, the tire difference should not matter at this point in the race, where we're only 12 to 15 minutes in. Everyone's tires should be more than optimum for the next 20 minutes at least. So, yeah, we're definitely looking at something else here. I think that Ali Raza maybe got a little bit too much of a cure on that compound when he was in the dry, but what has happened here? Liam Koslowski, he's off the track. Let's see. Here's the replay here. Up through Dingle Dell, and his Dell has been thoroughly dingled.
Yeah, it took a little too much curb on entry at Sheen's, so sent him into the barrier.
Now, of course, that corner is technically called Sheen's, but let's be real. Back in the 90s, it was called Dingle Dell Curve, which is right after Dingle Dell. So we use the honorary name here, Steven.
Fine.
Surtees is, it's... Look, as much as I respect Sheen's, excuse me, Surtees is, you know, in a different spot. I don't know who Sheen's is, that's the problem. But Dingle Dell, we all know who that is. And Carson's doing great. He is doing great. And good to see a race that is both Brands Hatch and in the wet. Not to mention, we're also in GT4s to add another one of those things that you don't see too often. Barry Sheens is a motorbike rider. That makes sense. This track, of course, famously a motorbike circuit. As it is, I mean, with John Surtees, who won. John Surtees, yeah, he's the dude that won on 2 wheels and 4, if I'm not mistaken.
So we are one car away from having a Mercedes lockout of the top 5. Neil Kerbel is the odd car out in that McLaren.
Man, so, Adam Stu, now I'm really curious. What did Barry Sheen, he's a motor...
Eric Gakosian going off. I got the replay up on that.
We're going to get double replays here of Eric crashing. This is simultaneous replays of Eric the Boss Gakosian loses the back end and then pirouettes like an ice skater, and you're about to see it in the bottom right again. There it is.
A different angle.
The outcome's the same. The angle is slightly different. Carson Cass has done something similar.
Same spot. Yeah, same spot.
Hashtag no grip. That is most certainly the case. Into the first corner. Car understeering onto the curbs and just slightly too much throttle. Has a nice little picnic in the grass. Except it's lovely British weather today.
Yes. Lovely British wet and rainy weather.
And yeah, John Surtees is the only champ on both 2 wheels and 4. Love to see it. That one I did know off the top of my head.
Following reconstruction of the Brands Hatch circuit in England for safety concerns after requests from the FIM, The Dingledell section was changed for safety, and shortly after Sheen's death, the new section was renamed Sheen's Corner in his honor. The
That makes sense.
FIM named him a Grand Prix legend in 2001.
Interesting. Okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually, because if you look at the track layout, it changes slightly, Dingledell. But fair enough. Well, maybe we should just call it Sheen's then.
Thank you, Adam Stu, for the history lesson.
Yeah, honestly. Like, that is genuinely fascinating. As somebody as well who loves MotoGP, which, let's go. We finally have MotoGP this weekend. And they're in Qatar? Right?
I'm not sure.
Is it Qatar or is it Bahrain? I don't think they're in I don't think they're in Bahrain. I know that obviously Formula 1 was just in Bahrain, but I think they're in Qatar. And I have not watched qualifying. No spoilers, or rather I didn't watch the featured, or no, the sprint race. But in British Touring Car Championship, they call it Dingledell as well. Fair enough. That's just the British stubbornness, right?
And you're right. The MotoGP is starting at Qatar Airways Grand Prix.
Yeah, and I know they had the sprint race today. I saw a brief flash of it on my Instagram and immediately turned my phone off. As well, no Formula 1 talk, as in the title, which good on chat so far for not doing it. We do mean it. As Steven and I have not had the opportunity to watch the Formula 1 race, even though we desperately want to.
Yes, we do. I'm really fighting the urge to not bring it up on my other monitor.
Preaching to the choir there, Steven, as Eric Gakassian goes deep, brief yellow flag, trying to chase down Reggie King.
And Ryder Magnussen going off at Surtees. Look to really try and take that shortened tracked version of the racetrack. Not really going to work out for you here as we're on the GP circuit.
Yeah, not quite. That's a good effort, though. Very good effort. I guess back to the topic of motorcycles, isn't that's sort of a similar story for the for what is it for Bathurst and in Forest Elbow, right? Isn't that a similar story with a motorcyclist crashing? What was his name? Was it Forrest? I can't remember. I know there's a story behind Forest Elbow. Now I don't remember that one either. It's just slipped me.
Forrest crashed his Norton International during official practice for the October 1947 Bathurst meeting. And the ground the end of his elbow. The tight left-hand corner already had the name elbow, but Harry Hinton Sr. nicknamed it in recognition of Forrest.
That's brutal. That's actually brutal. And also slightly hilarious. I feel like if I was that dude, that's a thing of pride right there. But back in 1947, getting into a crash at the bottom of that hill probably resulted in multiple broken bones.
Yes.
At the very least. And probably a ground elbow.
Yes. Ground the end off his elbow.
Okay, I think a lot of chatters aren't going to be too thrilled to hear that.
No.
That's the reality of motor racing, folks. That's why we do it here on the Sim. Don't got to worry about my elbow turning into cheese when I'm on the Sim. I just got to worry about Jason Provolone, because it ain't easy being cheesy. That was a terrible segue.
It was. But we now have another battle up on the board as Liam Taylor has caught up to Justin Beachley.
Justin is really off the ball tonight. Fastest lap of 137. Like, I'm not sure why he's down in P10 at the moment.
Yeah,
I really am not.
I think his tire pressures are just not there, as he's now going around a back marker, now under threat from Liam Taylor, who's really snugging it in on that inside line.
Ryder Magnussen with a drive-through penalty behind.
Oof. Used up his 3 Joker laps. Liam looking on the inside of Surtees. Not really a spot where you want to try and make a pass.
No,
and now,
not at all.
Now they're heading up Pilgrims.
Definitely, I said earlier that Johan Brunn was maybe overdriving the number 13 car. I think the number 13 car, it just needs to be dialed back 1% from both drivers. 2 or 3%. Yeah, looking into the inside of corners that you probably shouldn't be and running to the outside of corners that you definitely should not be. That is a near spin experience. Liam Taylor, he sees the position, he wants it, he knows that he has the pace. Like I say, it's just about dialing it back, letting the car do the work. Don't try to push the machinery to something that it can't do, especially in these conditions.
Yeah, and Beachley just knowing where to park the car to prevent any overtaking opportunity.
To the inside again, but not finding anything. It's just tricky out there.
And we now also have a battle for P8 as Eric the Bosca Koss is making an attempt on Reggie King.
Well, Liam, it wasn't pretty, but he got it done. It was an overtake, and it was very deep into Druids. But once again, if it's not, what is it? If it works,
it's clean.
Yeah, well, it was no contact. It was clean, but yeah, if it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid, right? That's what I was looking for. Justin Beachley, though, immediately back at him. This is where we've seen Liam struggle too, is when he's being pushed. I can relate to that. It's so easy to follow somebody, and then once you have to do the leading, it's a completely different story, and the pressure is on.
Eric Gakosian really pressuring Reggie King right now. Looks like Eric's just sitting back just a little bit, but he's trying to force an error out of Reggie. Reggie's sticking to his guns, sticking to his lines.
Yeah, not feeling the pressure necessarily just yet. Got a bit of a gap, and as well, just trying to keep it calm and cool and collected in the head. Saw a brief yellow flag from
Nieuwenhuizen as we see both Eric and Reggie going off at Paddock Hill. Getting a little close there was Liam.
Eric gets it done, though. Reggie King's falling backwards. Liam gets by. Reggie gets by. Or excuse me, Justin is now by.
Reggie King fighting. But yeah, Reggie King going way wider than Eric Gakosian at Paddock Hill. Opened up that door to allow Liam Taylor and Justin Beachley to get past, but Beachley is struggling to make the pass complete on Reggie King. Reggie really holding his ground.
He finally lost it, though. Reggie loses 3 positions, though, in 1 lap. He's going to be kicking himself for that. Valiant defense and a good attempt, but it just wasn't quite enough. Also, Jason Provolone, interestingly enough, has decided to come into pit lane this lap. Let's take a look at the conditions. How are we looking? Looks like it's going to lighten up in about 30 minutes. Another change in conditions.
Liam Taylor's definitely trying to get back up to behind Eric Kakasian, but now that Eric's gotten around Reggie King as he sends it wide. Ooh, and Liam Taylor has the inside line coming into Druids, but does Eric Kakasian have the switchback? No, he does not, and Liam Taylor takes away P8 from Eric. An unforced error.
Move. That was good. That was very good. Liam's feeling it now. We said earlier that he was struggling. He needed to dial it back a percent. He's found his rhythm. He's found his groove. And he's feeling comfortable behind the car. You can tell. Not much wheel movement. That's the biggest thing. Once a driver starts to shake the wheel, obviously, one of the things that I'm very guilty of, especially in real-life driving or real-life racing, is grabbing the wheel too hard. That's something that is so easy to do in those tense situations, especially in the wet, is to death grip the wheel. And when you death grip the wheel, you drive very tense. When you're tense, your car is tense. It's a reflection of your body language. So if you're calm, you're relaxed, your car is going to be the exact same way.
Yep. So looking ahead, Neil Kerbal has some pace. Kerbal actually has more pace than Ali Raza by about a second. And he's marching his way back up the field. So Kerbal is currently 15 seconds behind Neuvenhuizen. But unfortunately, Neuvenhuizen is about a minute behind Ali Raza, as we see Ali Raza now going a minute behind Wilson Fernandez. As we haven't been talking about our leaders much lately.
Haven't needed to. Andy Borges leading with Wilson Fernandez behind, 4-second gap.
Yeah, Wilson Fernandez, I mean, it's about a half second more than what he was about 10 laps ago, but still, that both of these are swapping faster laps.
We are seeing some live stewarding now being applied. Liam Taylor receiving 10 seconds worth of penalties. Fair enough. We saw that earlier. Battle, though, between Eric and Beachley isn't over. This is what it looks like behind the wheel of the AMG for Justin. I mentioned steering wheel movement. Looks like Justin might be struggling a little bit more for grip than some of the drivers a bit further up. A little bit deep into the penultimate corner, gets it stopped in time, but is going to get a very poor exit and a poor run onto Eric for the first corner. AMG looks like an absolute handful for Justin Beachley.
It looks like a handful, but it definitely still has the straight line speed over the KTM. As he's closed up that gap a little bit coming around Brabham Straight.
Eric's been doing a stellar job behind the wheel of that KTM. Let's see here, taking a look at stint timers. We have 23 minutes behind the wheel for most of these drivers. Longer side, 40 minutes for Ali Raza. So pit stops we're presumably going to be seeing at the weather transition, which should be, it's coming up fairly soon, I think. 10 minutes. We're going to start to see the weather lighten up.
Yeah, it's going to start lightening up in 10 minutes. It looks like we're going to go cloudy again in 30. That's probably closer to 20 to 25 minutes now. So we're going to see another wet to dry transition here.
And then maybe even another dry to wet, as it hasn't, the conditions just not making their mind up here in England.
Yeah, it's kind of like Florida. You wait, if you don't like the weather, you wait 10 minutes and then the weather will change.
Yeah, it seems like how it is here tonight. Obviously, we're here in we're not in North Hampshire. We're in West Kingsdown, which I know exactly where it is as I pull up Google Maps. Are we near the water? Or are we inland? Oh, we're kind of near the water. All right, fair enough. We're the southeast-ish tip, right by London. Oh, a little bit of unpredictable weather as a result of being so close to the ocean. That's what I'm going with.
Yep. It's a fair assumption.
Justin Beachley dropped off the pace a little bit. Last lap 5/10 slower than Eric Gakassian. Ahead of him, Liam Taylor with a 10-second penalty. That'll be served at pit stop. He'll have to remain stationary for 10 seconds before the jacks will lift him up, and the mechanics will be able to work on his car. Seems like we've lost a few more drivers. We're down to 15. 4 drivers total have retired. We also do have a pit wall, in case anyone was curious and wants to see some statistics and whatnot. Link there, hopefully that still works, as pit wall has recently made changes. Just double checking, looks like it still does work. Potts Weaver, quickest in a straight line, at 222 kph. Neil Kerbel tied. The McLaren is fast.
So, looking at the standings here for this race, if the race were to end right now, we would see the car of Andy Bourchers and Quinn Smith taking the win in the championship, and Vacuum Race, then Ali Raza and Razzle Dazzle Racing would be demoted down to P2 with Vacuum Racing in P3.
Where is Andy's car at in terms of standings?
Andy Bourchier is in P2 right now in the standings.
That's Eric.
Number 5 Mercedes.
Isn't it? Oh, that is the number 5 Mercedes. Oh, I see. Gotta love SimGrid, man. I do love SimGrid. It's just sometimes slightly confusing.
Yeah, Eric is in Trackalicious B, Team B.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, 2 points separating them.
This race right here between Adam Bourchers and Wilson Fernandez will actually ultimately, I think, decide who wins the championship.
Comes down to whoever gets the W here tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Mason, if you want an interview, head on into the green room. That's fine by me. We got time to kill. Got plenty of time to kill as it stands.
Liam Taylor just went yellow there. And it looks like he might have had a little bit of a disconnect, but he's back. Still in P8.
Alrighty, and here we go. We got Mason Pierschowski in the green room. Why don't we bring him down here for a little bit of an interview? Mason, how's it going?
What's
You got
up,
a copy?
guys?
You got a copy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
1 second.
Mike, we have big beef right now. I will let you know that.
That's fine.
the Scott Sullivan
Yeah,
comments?
I'm aware. Yeah.
We all know. We all know it's just the Mercedes. It's not. It has nothing to do with my skill or anything along those lines. It could never be me. It is all down to the BOP.
I mean, clearly, if you look at the standings right now, the Mercedes is, well, it's looking quite overpowered. No, in your eyes, no. Come on.
The Mercedes
Come on, Mason.
The Mercedes is
Scott's
a little.
quicker. No.
Scott is probably quicker. Scott's more consistent,
kidding.
I will say.
That is honestly probably true, and that Scott is more consistent. I will actually agree with you there.
Scott is taking some steps forward because I came over, like I found this community through Scott. I was just randomly clicking through streams, and I saw Scott, and he was like running in like P10, and he'd be like, "Oh, this guy's quicker than me," and that guy would pass him. And now no one in rookies is really quicker than Scott. So it's like you have Potts, Aaron, are all right around there. Then that naturally, I'm on for a podium last week, and this random guy joins the league, and he's a demon. Forgot his name, but yeah. Been a fun race though.
Yeah, in terms of this race, how's it going? I mean, you guys are currently sitting in P12, Carson behind the wheel. He's made a mistake here, you've made a mistake there, but all in all, how you guys feel? I know really the pit stop is probably what got you guys down.
Yeah, our goal was a top 10, and it was looking really good to the pit stop, and that kind of threw us. Carson just went a little wide. We're on a 3-track limit warnings, so we're also monitoring that. But the pit stop thing was very discouraging because at the time, I think we were like running P6, P7. We switched to the dries, I think, at the right time, and yeah, it just didn't work out because I'll blame ACC, but I'm pretty sure I was just not paying attention and probably accidentally swapped it.
Are you guys using the in-game kind of swapping, or do you guys have the what is it, ACC Garage? No,
we've just been using the in-game feature, but it was just me when I was making the pit adjustments. I was messing with the pressures because we wanted to go to wets, and so I was messing with the pressure, but for some odd reason, the pressure it changed from the dries to the wets, or the wets back to the dries, and then we were on dries on crazy bad pressure.
So driving on balloons is never fun.
And me and Carson both said, we just want to get through this race without Mike giving us some weird nickname, like we don't want to have be the tire blow up people or something like that. So we were like, let's pit.
Somebody already beat you to that one, so you can't even take the credit, even if you did. I think we
heard the tire blow up on track.
Oh,
that's pretty impressive. I think that was Karu that did that, or
that was
Karu
Karu. It was Jaeger Karu.
I mean, living in Seattle, which I like to call Gotham City at night sometimes, I was just like, there's probably gunshots out by my apartment, but it was not that. It was a tire blowing up.
As a fellow Seattle local, I can relate. But Mason, in terms of strategy, looking forward, I know you guys said that you're looking for that top 10. Sitting in P12, got 30 seconds to Reggie. I mean, all in all, I think you guys should be happy with your performance regardless of how you finish, just making that checkered flag. Is this your first endurance race?
I've been playing the Le Mans Ultimate Enduros by myself, which has been an experience, let me tell you.
But in terms of online racing, this is your first actual endurance race?
For ACC, yeah, but the Le Mans ones were online, but it's like, is the game going to work? And they would crash, so, I mean... Yeah, but this is actually my first enduro with someone else, so it's been fun.
Yeah, both
it's been a good time.
Sharing that experience, I bet that's been a good time. I know you guys put a lot of work into setup and whatnot. I guess we'll probably check in with you soon enough, but Mason, we're gonna get moving on here. Right. I hope you have a good one. Enjoy the drive with Carson. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, catch you guys later.
Yep. Liam Taylor and Kozlowski just come together.
Oh, you hate to see it. Let's go back and replay it. Here's the replay. Liam to the inside. Plenty of room at the apex. And unfortunately, the Ginetta could not squeeze into the semi-truck gap. Went understeered a little bit. And contact occurred. Both drivers involved. And losing out on positions.
Yep. And I think because of that, Eric Acostian is now being attacked by
Ooh.
Justin Beachley. Justin Beachley just going a little bit too deep into the penultimate corner. Really cutting it close to clipping the rear end of that KTM of Eric.
Almost took attacking to a whole nother level there for Justin. Also, welcome, Kali. Kali Official joining us. Appreciate you. Let's see. Justin still on the charge. What's up? Going well. We've had a bit of a slower endurance race in terms of action. At the front, or at the start, it was back and forth constantly. It slowed down a little bit in the mid phase of this race. It'll come back, though, I guarantee it. We have some pretty close gaps that are just working their ways closer at this stage. Lots of 2 seconds, lots of 4 seconds. They'll come to fruition at some point. Justin Beachley here, falling off the pace of Eric as it stands. But for me, so far, I've been quite enjoying it. Steven?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun commentating this race. Like you said, there's been a lot of action at the beginning of the race. A lot of action here and there. Some bumping and banging. But relatively, the race has been pretty clean, and I'm happy with it.
I think we're only down to one name that we can't pronounce properly either. 2 of them, maybe. So, you know, we're looking good here in the booth. Currently, Neven Hujan? Jay-Z is a rapper, first off, or a hip-hop artist, but that is just 2 letters that I don't expect to go together.
Reaper in chat, hello to you.
How's it going, Reaper? Hope everyone's having a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. I know everyone probably enjoyed a fine bit of Formula 1 this morning, and more power to you. No spoilers, we're getting to there eventually. We got an hour and a half before I can watch Formula 1. And Steven, he's even got a little bit longer, unfortunately. Uh-oh, yellow flags again. Liam really is struggling to make that first corner in the Camaro. Oh, don't spoil. No spoils. We will time you out, and I'm not joking. Whoa. Now that is an understeering monster right there. Liam gets it all wrong. Oh, and he gets it wrong again. Really, grip is not happening for that Camaro. The ZDR just all over the... Oh no, was there oil on the track? What is... What's going on here?
I have no idea, but Neil Kerbal really benefited from another off track by Neuvenhuizen. We're still butchering that name.
We have to be. Just pick one. I don't think I don't think we can get it right. And even if we knew it, I still think that might be one of those Dutch names that's just for English speakers. It might be
really
a little
hard
bit tricky
to pronounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Neil Kerbal making the pass, and now up to P4. Really, the only car that can attack these Mercs right now is the Kerbal mobile of that 46 McLaren.
And we'll just bring it up now, Steven. Because oh my, Beachley is doing his best Sum 41 impression as he tries to battle with Eric Gakassian in too deep. But as Steven's pointing out, he's got some channel points, which if you guys do have channel points, there's plenty of things to spend it on, and maybe some more to come in the future. So do keep an eye out there. There might be some more potential dress-up opportunities happening. We'll see. Won't be a T-Rex this time, but you never know what it will be. Suggestions are still welcome. It's not actually confirmed by anyone yet, even me. Here we go. Rockwater coming in clutch. Neuenhuizen?
Neuenhuizen.
Neuenhuizen. So So it is a W. It's not a V. It's not
Okay.
Neuven.
Neuwen Husen.
Can we get a phonetic breakdown of Husen? Unless we're saying it right. That's a tough one. You Dutchies. Got some long names.
So really the only battle that we have right now on track is this battle between Beachley and Eric Kakasian, as Andy Borchers is pulling a sizable gap now on Wilson Fernandez. I think those tires on Wilson's car are just starting to really give out. Although Borchers has the longer stint, Borchers has been able to tire manage really well.
Yeah, and he is, I mean, Die Machine. Excuse me, before any German speakers get upset. Die Maschine. Wait, Die Maschine? See, now I'm second. It's Die Maschine, right? Not Die Maschine? See, now we're asking for even more. Let's see, Rockwater, do you got us on that? And it is Newen, apparently. Is it Newen, though, or is it Neuven? I don't know. See, that's the thing. Probably Newen. I'm going to take Rockwater. Oh, yeah, I'm going to take Rockwater's proper. Also, Cass, Kayla, thank you very much for the Prime sub. 2 months. Good race,
Reggie
everybody.
King
Oh,
going
oh
off.
no. You hate to see it. Bottom right.
And
check that.
retires.
Oh. That's
And he
another
retires.
one. Another one bites the dust.
Ooh, and Casey Schutte off as well at Surtees. Rejoins safely.
So it is Newen. Okay, it is Newen. We're confirmed. Newen Husen is what we're going with. Drive-through penalty picked up for Carson. They said, or Mason rather, said that they had 3 warnings. That's the 4th one right there, picked up here on lap 91. Also, like I said, Cass with a subscription. Good race, everyone. Thanks, Mike, for the broadcast over all the different platforms. Also, thank you to Steven for joining me today. But, yeah, no problem. I know, Cass tuning into the SFR stream last night. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate everyone that tunes into all the streams. You guys are great. All the lurkers that tune in the background. It genuinely makes me feel very, very good. So thank you. Second part of the name is Hausen, but skip the O. Husson. What?
Why would you put the O in there if you skip?
That one, I don't think. Hold on. Okay, so it's Husson? Newen Husson?
Newen Husson?
House without the O. So it's an Husson. Oh, wait, hold on.
Newen Husson, yeah.
Husson? Is it Newen Husson? Is that right? Did I accidentally crack that one open like an egg? Husson? Is that right? It's really close? Oh no, Eric Kakasian's really close to getting taken out by Justin Beachley. Justin, though, gets the overtake. Eric with an unforced error into the first corner. Husson. All right. Newen Husson. Let's go.
Newen Husson. Still gonna butcher it, but okay.
We are gonna butcher it every now and then, but look, it'll eventually. Thank you so much, Rockwater, for the correction. Absolute legend. Newen Husson, running well. P5 for the Dutch team. Mate, this is... Oh, no. Are we now messing it up again? That's okay. We'll get... Try to... Okay. Newen Husson? Husson? Is that right? The delay is the problem here. How much delay do we have? Let's see. We're at 60. We got about less than 10 seconds of delay. Not Husson.
Hausen.
But it's without the O. It's house without the O. What?
Hausen. Neuenhausen?
I'm so lost. I'm so lost.
Hausen?
Like I said it earlier, I've said so many things, Rockwater. I don't know what I said earlier. Put the O back in. Oh, so put the O back in. So it's house. How'd you say it, Steven?
Neuenhausen.
Is that correct? I'm assuming no. Oh, God.
Tell us. Neuenhausen. Is that it?
What are we closest on?
I think the stream just went down.
Did it? Oh, yeah, it did, didn't it? Refresh. Uh-oh. Are we... No, we're good. We're good.
Okay.
We're live.
I just saw a buffering screen on my side.
I also saw the buffering. So it is like Neuenhausen.
Neuenhausen.
All right. That's what we're going with. It's the American pronunciation. It's as properly improper as we hear. It's improperly proper.
We got Kozlowski in the pits.
Oh, yeah, of course. Pit phase should be coming up here. In fact, it's dry.
It's drying.
Rockwater with a hydrate.
Nick Sharp and Barry now joining us in chat.
Down for 5 seconds. Yeah, that's odd. Don't know what caused that, but hey. Just blame me. It's fine.
Oh, and I just saw Eric Acostian going yellow and losing time to Justin Beachley. Might have made another mistake in Paddock Hill.
Yeah, Rockwater, I will say, that does seem like one of those names that is just for an English speaker. Like, I would need to hear it and then practice it to actually get the proper syllables, because that's just the problem. Dutch in particular, it's very different, because it's not like German, which is very close to it. Greetings from Dutch Lions. Love to see it.
Professor Kanotis just dropped a personal best lap of 36.6.
Thank you, Sharpenberry. I don't even know how to respond to that. But, you know, as we don't contribute to global warming, because of course we're doing this here in the virtual simulator, where all of that race fuel is burnt virtually rather than actually. But let's be real. Who doesn't want to go burn some race fuel at a track? I'd love to. Windshield wipers are still on. German and Dutch are close. Look, if they're close, then why the heck am I pronouncing Neuenhausen versus Neuvenhausen? Checkmate.
Big brain strat right there.
Yeah, that's exactly. Checkmate. You can't beat that. German or Dutch are close. Well, yeah, I know they're like close geographically. Everyone does. So I guess Germans are the weird one. I guess that's fair. We could just say that Germans are the weird ones. Are there any Germans here? Oh, wait. Our race leader. Die Maschine. No, De Maschine. I think. The stream has gone off the rails, everybody. Still, 1 hour, 16 minutes to go.
Ugh. It's the stream that just keeps on going on. We got Liam Taylor trying to pull up on Eric Akasian. Eric running off into that off the racing line to keep those tires cool. As we're now moving into that wet to dry transition once again. And then we're supposed to have rain, I think, in another 10 minutes. No, so we're probably about 15 minutes away from rain.
And Rockwater wondering, is there NASCAR this weekend? Yeah, there is. There is NASCAR this weekend. They're down in Phoenix, Arizona. Not that I particularly watch NASCAR. I mean, I do. Look, just because I'm American doesn't mean I like NASCAR. Even though it might be the most American thing in America.
Yeah, let's drive fast in a circle. Not those fancy circles that the Europeans drive.
An oval, you mean it is a fancy circle. Come on, Steven.
No. Road courses like this are fancy circles.
These are glorified circles, is how I like to call them. You have circle racing and you have glorified circle racing. So, yes, I don't disagree with that. But the only reason that I watch NASCAR is because I commentate a NASCAR league. So, let's give me a cop-out on that one. If I wasn't paid to do it, I wouldn't do it. It's the unfortunate reality of that situation.
Yeah,
but
tell
NASCAR's
us about
fun.
that Indy race you.
Oh goodness, that was a while ago. That was on Williams. Yeah, that was an Indy race and a half.
What, every 2 laps? Was a caution?
If that. There were so many cautions in that race, I couldn't even believe it. As long as you turn left, you're good. You'd be surprised. you would be surprised. But Rockwater, if you're interested in watching NASCAR and want to watch me commentate NASCAR, if you look up V-Speed on YouTube, you can head on over there. Our Wednesday leagues, we have NASCAR. It's the not Rolling Thunder Racing Series. That's a different one. It's the Racing Revolution. So, yeah, if you're interested, do check that out.
Ollie Raza to the pits. Strapping on a fresh set of Pirelli wets, it looks like.
But how are we on Neuenhausen? We're doing all right. We've still got the pronunciation to the best of our abilities. Neuenhausen, he's not going to be behind the wheel relatively soon. He's been out for 46 minutes. It's getting to that time where he's going to be coming into pit lane soon. The wets are going to be used up here as the track dries more and more. We can see it is still a damp track, though.
Yep. Andy Boucher's coming up on the end of his his stint timer. He's got about 3.5 minutes till he has to come in. Otherwise, he receives a drive-through penalty. Wilson Fernandez is the next longest at 1 hour in total. So he's got 4 minutes to come into the pits and make his pit stop. Ali Raza just cleared his timer, so he's now fresh out on the track, like I said, with a new set of Pirellis. No, actually. Ali Raza coming in for fuel only was his last stop.
Interesting. That's confidence. That's something. I mean, I don't know what that is, but
move. That's a bold move there, Mike. I hope it pays off for him.
I mean, it's gonna start raining in 10 minutes. I mean, I guess he feels good.
Can he manage those used wets?
Well, he's got no choice. At this point, he's committed himself,
now, yeah.
So we'll see. Rockwater, thank you very much for the compliment. Much appreciated. Great content as well. we have, trust me, there's plenty of great content here at TRACKILICIOUS. This is, you know, we're doing all right in terms of racing. It's the endurance race. We got 14 drivers left. We're a bit spread out, so we're trying to make what we can here. Still some content to come, though, I have no doubt, especially for the lead of this race. Wilson Fernandez only 3 seconds behind Andy, and there's definitely more in the tank for him.
Yeah, I'm definitely I'm definitely on the fence regarding this the strategy that Ali Raza and Razzle Dazzle Racing are going out with, only because with those older tires, now that they've gone through a wet cycle and a dry cycle, and now they're going to be going back to a wet cycle, how much tread is actually left on those tires? As we now see Andy Borchers making his scheduled pit stop. I'll keep an eye on his pit stop time to see what his plan is.
Wilson elects to stay out, which, looking at his stint timer, he should be all good.
Yep, he's got one more lap. And Borchers opts for fuel only as well. He's in and out in 7 seconds.
I mean, I'll trust the aliens. They probably know what's up. I wouldn't be making this call.
He comes out right in front of Ali Raza.
Wow. I guess he kind of had to, no, huh? Yeah, I mean, he had no choice at that point. We'll see what Wilson does. This is going to be the real call. But we can see these two drivers right with each other. The AMG's back at it. Now, Wilson was only 3.5 seconds ahead of this pack before the pit stop.
And he has to pit now, this lap. Otherwise, he will receive that drive-through penalty.
Now, is he going to hand the car over? We see Ollie stay behind the wheel. We saw Andy stay behind the wheel. I think Wilson's probably going to stay behind the wheel because I think he just has to go for a fuel stop. Oh my goodness, I thought he was staying out.
And there he goes. He's making his pull in. Let's see where he comes out in relation to Andy.
It's going to have to be a quick stop. Andy coming into the final corner now with Ali Raza hot on the chase. Wilson is already, he's still stationary. No, he's out. Never mind. He's not stopped. Huh?
Huh?
Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I'm not seeing any stoppage time.
So he clears his stint timer.
You know what he's trying to do?
No.
He's waiting for the rain. He needed to clear the pit stop. He needed to clear the stint timer by doing a drive-through, and he's going to wait for the rain to probably put on a fresh set of Pirelli rubber.
Why? Am I missing something?
Well, he needs fuel though, or he's trying to do this in one more stop because he has to come in for another pit stop. In order for the stint timer.
Yeah, there you go. You're 100% right, because it's a 65-minute stint timer for anyone curious, and there's 67 minutes left. So you're 100% right, and that is, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
Just clear the stint timer, reset, come in when it starts raining again.
That's big brain strategies here from Wilson Fernandez. That's insane. I mean, I think you're 100% right, Steven. That makes sense, but I still don't know if I agree with it. But Wilson, clearly, Wilson, the Brazilians, they're cooking something up here tonight. I don't know what they're cooking, but it smells good.
That's honestly the only thing that I can think of for him to do, and that would potentially keep him in this fight, as Andy Borchers is pulling away from Ali Raza. But Wilson Fernandez just dropped on his outlap a 142. Gonna have to see what his lap time is coming around to see if it's any slower than Andy, but it probably would be faster because Andy is running on full fuel as he went for a splash and dash.
He took less fuel than Ali, or at least he was stationary less time than Ali. I mean, I'm not sure.
I think that's actually the pit stop plan for all three of our leaders, because they all came in. Well, Borchers took a splash and dash. He was only stopped for 7 seconds, so he only took about 3 to 4 seconds worth of fuel. Ali Raza potentially is the only one that took a full tank of fuel with 11 seconds, so he was stopped fueling up for at least 8 of those 11 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know.
So
Wilson Fernandez, the Vacuum Racing boys, they're on an interesting strategy relative to them, and they're cooking up something. Like I say, I don't know what, but maybe some acai? I don't know.
Yeah, Mick Sharpenberry's asking, a drive through the pits clears the stint timer. It does in ACC. You don't have to make an actual pit stop to clear your stint timer in ACC. Just driving through is fine.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that either.
As long as you're driving through the pits without a penalty.
Right. No, it makes sense. Fair. Oh, okay. So yeah. So you can't serve a drive-through penalty to clear your stint time. Gotcha.
Yes.
That makes more sense. Whatever.
And Wilson Fernandez,
he's storming away.
Is storming away. Yes, he has, because he did not stop for fuel, and he's pushing it. Like I said, he's going to come in for a fresh set of Pirelli wet rubbers when the rain starts, as he's starting to slip and slide coming out of the penultimate corner. But he's still faster than both Borchers and Raza. Definitely big brain. Big brain
100%.
strat right here.
Like, honestly, it is. They are on a different wavelength to the rest of this field, and Sharpenberry making sure that we are on the proper wavelength in terms of hydration, making sure we got our 4 hydrations in. They saving one for the boys. But yeah, Sharpenberry, I will say I didn't know that either. I was always of the opinion, because like I said, I knew the drive-through penalty didn't serve it. That's why I was a little confused. But the more you know, the more you know. Wilson Fernandez teaching us something new here today.
So we got Potts Weaver is now back into that 46 McLaren. Professor Kenotis is now ahead of him by 41 seconds. Neuenhausen is taking back that P4 position. So he's back up there.
Oh, it's raining again.
And the rain has started once again. Now do we see Wilson Fernandez come in for that pit stop now? I have a feeling we're going to see him in the next lap or two. He might be waiting for that 1 hour mark, just to make sure his car is in the clear for the stint timer.
Carson back in chat. And also Rockwater, it's noon for me. Little on the early side.
Hey Mike, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
You know, that is an expression that exists. I'll take a sip of my Monster, and we'll call that good. To be fair, you could probably fuel an ethanol-filled vehicle with a Monster. So
Probably could.
Has a similar
Casey
combustion ratio.
Casey Schutte in the pits now for his pit stop. And Andy Borchers is in now for a pit stop. So yeah, splash and dash. Now he's coming in for tire change.
Interesting. Carson, you want an interview? Not from my part of the world. Fair enough. Carson, head in the green room. Or you can just move yourself into here, actually, now that I think about it, so. Okay, that's fine. Carson Cass, everybody. Carson, he is currently, or his team, the Syracuse University Porsche, sitting in. Where the heck are you at? There you are,
11th.
P11. Goals
Yeah,
of
so
top
that
10
was
here tonight.
That was rough. Yeah, the goal was top 10. We still are on pace for that. Little mistake in strategy, but you know, it's all right.
Yeah, and a top 10 position is nothing to really go on about, as we now see Wilson Fernandez, our race leader, pulling into the pits.
In terms of strategy, speaking of pit lane, I know you guys maybe bungled up your strategy just slightly, obviously, with the misclick and whatnot, but in terms of it still running in P11, looking good, in fact, 25 seconds behind Turner Johnson, and presumably lapping quicker. How do you feel heading on into the last hour of this race?
Feeling good because it looks like I'm not going to race again. So it's all up to Mason now, who's ended up racing 3 hours of this, which is not what we intended at all, but just kind of what it worked out to. We weren't going to pit to get somebody out of the car if it wasn't going to promote our strategy. So he's been doing a lot of the work. I kept it on track for most of it there. I did get a penalty, which I thought was just rough, but definitely not an easy track for me. Mason is out there dominating in that car, so more credit to him than me, but yeah.
Well, to be fair, he picked up the 3 warnings that gave you the drive-through, so, you know, got to give a little credit where credit's due. But all in all, like I say, P11 running here, the number 315 car. How have these conditions affected your guys' race here tonight?
Well, it definitely affects pit strategy. We were intending 4 stops. That's not really on the really possible for anybody, I think, at this point, just because of how much it switched. We went for the dry switch initially, so that was an interesting move by us. We gained 1 whole position out of that, but it's definitely just been about what can we do, how can we affect this, and it's going with how the weather's going.
Yeah, that does seem to be the determining factor, along with obviously that drive-through penalty pushing you guys out of the top 10, I think. You would have been in it otherwise. Still opportunities, though, moving forward, Carson. We're going to let you go back to your teammate, but is there anything in particular that you're looking for in this race?
I don't know. It's been a great race so far, so thank you, too, for commentating. This is obviously a very long 4 hours, so that's kind of all I have.
Awesome. Well, there we go. Carson, appreciate you, brother. Let you get back to your teammate, and good luck.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, I cut him off mid there. That's all right. It happens.
It's all good. Thank you, Carson, for coming up into the stream room with us for an interview.
Battle for position here. We have the Danish driver of Johan Brunn going for an overtake onto Eric Gakassian, the Armenian. Oh, Eric's way too deep. That's going to be an easy pass for Johan. Side by side on the exit there of Hawthorne, heading on toward, on the exit of the Derek Minter Straight into Westfield Bend. Pretty textbook overtake. Can Eric keep up?
Neuenhausen is now in for his scheduled pit stop. He's going to be overtaken by Potts Weaver. Missed his pit box a little bit and stopped a little bit short. So unfortunately, he's going to lose a little bit of time there. As Potts Weaver is now coming around the final corner. Potts is going to promote himself back up to P4. And I think Chronotis is going to promote himself up to P5. Yes, he does.
Looks like that will be the end of the damage there. Justin Beachley a bit further behind. And Jon Benton comes out in P6. P6. Gonna be 12.5 seconds to Professor Chronotis, 13 now and climbing. Beachley, he is, well, quite a bit behind. It says 12 seconds on my scorecard. That is most certainly not the case. The gap up front also. Renato Dornales now behind the wheel, as that was pretty much the exact strategy that Steven had predicted. Seems to work wonders. 10 seconds is the gap.
Yeah, just opting for that drive-through. I have a feeling Borchers and Ali Raza are playing around with their fuel strategy, not opting for a full tank. Has now ultimately allowed Dornales to now run away with this, so to speak, just because he did not stop for a splash and dash. As they all three of our leaders did come in and they did opt for new tires. Borchers unfortunately taking 6 extra seconds in the pit stop. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, that's interesting. I see that as well. Maybe missed a pit box. That's, yeah, uncharacteristic there of Daimachina. But, Steven, why don't you take us on board here with a lap on with Renato, our race leader.
Renato, as he's now coming down the final corner onto Brabham Straight. He's going to take that outside line for as long as you can. Start moving your way onto the inside to hit that apex there at Paddock Hill Bend. Down into the gully there. Make sure you're not washing out too wide, hitting that painted exit curb. Now into Druids. Druids, you want to take it nice and tight around the inside of that corner and release the car out wide on the exit, but don't go too wide. As we're now around Graham Bend, one of the trickier corners on the track, and now up to Sutras. Sutras is a rather simple outside to inside corner, and then you're up onto Pilgrim Straight. Pilgrim's Drop. Now moving up into the second tricky corner of Hawthorne Bend. Don't want to take it out too wide as you hit that grassy patch on the exit curb and could potentially ruin your race. And now he made it through Westfield Bend pretty easily. That's another corner that can catch you out as he goes now through Dingledale up into Sheens. Back down towards Sterling. Sterling's being the penultimate corner. Now on to Clearways Straight. Clearways, you want to get over to the far left-hand side. And you want to turn in roughly at about the 50-meter board to really dial it down back onto the Brabham Straight and to complete the lap.
Nice lap, 136.2, just about the fastest lap of the stint. And we have a little bit of love being shown here from Miss Trackalicious towards Mr. Trackalicious, Eric the Boss Kakassian here. Now, some say that he has no understanding of clouds and that he is confused by stairs. But he is Eric Kakassian. He's doing the best he can currently out on track in P9. Seven and a half seconds away from Johan. A little bit deep there. That was a potential, scare. Luckily keeps it all between the lines mostly. Tire dipping out onto the grass though. Never going to help lap times. We come to the line here as previous lap, a 137.9. This time, not close to as good. It's going to be a 142.1 as he crosses.
So, Professor Kanotis, after that last pit stop, is really starting to show some pace as he's starting to really slowly creep back up to the rear bumper of Potts Weaver. He's only 3 seconds behind right now. So we could potentially see a Mercedes lockout of the top 5 here real soon, as Johan Benton is also pushing in some decent laps that are faster than Potts Weaver, and he's only 12 seconds behind Professor Cronotis.
They're Jan Benton
Johan
in P6.
Benton. Sorry.
Johan Burns. I know, that's not confusing at all. both of them JB and both of them Dutch. Oh no, excuse me. One of them's Danish. My apologies, Johan. Can't be misidentifying countries like that.
Nope.
Oh no, speaking of Johan, oh my. The South African driver also, which is a driver we have not mentioned, by the way, for a while now. Danny DeBrun doing everything he can. He's in P last as it stands out on track, but it's been a valiant drive from him as it stands. I think he is solo, so credit where credit's due. He's going to be bringing home the checkered flag here for P14. Well, eventually.
Yeah, 4 hours solo in an endurance race is really hard on your body. I've done it with Big Brain in a lot of their events, and the longest really I can go is about 4 or 5 hours before my body really starts to break down.
We got it easy up here in the commentator booth. Can hydrate as we please, talk with chat as we please, and just relaxing in our chairs. These guys, I gotta be stabbing at brake pedals, turning the wheel constantly. And here at Brands Hatch, we mentioned this earlier, or at the start, there's no rest for the wicked here. There's a very small straight, and even on that straight, there's a slight kink, which means you have to be aware at all times, and you really can't take your hands off the wheel, and that is what builds the fatigue. Paul Ricard, at least in an endurance race, you got time to breathe. You can just sit flat out for 10 seconds or 30 seconds before you finally get tired.
Yeah. And like you said, the front straight and Pilgrim are really the only 2 spots where you can give time to have a breather, maybe try and get a sip of water. But
and Miss Carson saving the car like 6 times. Carson, it happens. We saw a couple of them, to be fair.
We did.
And we also do, and Rockwater's 100% right. We got to give credit here to Danny for just the fact that he's been a clean back marker. That's something, being a back marker is a skill in itself, and it's very easy to end the race of somebody up front, and that is discouraging. Obviously, you take somebody else out, a lot of the times you're like, well, I don't really want to be here either, because it feels worse to take someone else out than yourself. And Danny, he's been a very clean back marker. He hasn't been quite onto the pace his last lap, a 146.8 though, to be fair, which is his best lap as well, 142.7. So respectable times on the board. The South African, a little bit deep into the first corner as he gets distracted by the KTM, who's stranded in the first corner and dropping positions rapidly. Johan Brunn does get by, and Eric Gakasian here is still in P9, or now down to P9.
Yeah, and very, very slow to get back onto the track with Eric. I wonder if he's starting to have some technical issues with the steering wheel and the inputs on that car.
I wonder if he has a child attacking him or something.
It's a possibility.
Let's see. Let's go on board with the lawnmower, the KTM. Oh, hesitation.
We have Professor Cronotis making a move on the outside right now of Potts Weaver. Potts Weaver covers it off, and Cronotis backs off coming into Hawthorne. Very smart move. Cronotis is just going to sit there and wait and attack probably on the next lap.
Running out of opportunities here on this lap, as there is not a good spot in Sector 3, especially here through Sheens.
Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle there at Cronotis on the exit of Sheens. Doesn't really look to affect him that much, as he got a really, really good run out of Sterling's. Let's see if he can maintain that run all the way up through Brabham Straight and into Paddock Hill.
Yeah, there's the Brabham not so straight, as I like to call it. Your wheel is kind of turning at all times here as you have to set up for turn 1. And then into Paddock Hill, and then Druids. Druids is your best overtaking opportunity on the track. Cronotis is going to have the inside line if he wants it. Well, not really. It got closed off there. As
But Pottsweaver goes a little bit wide on exit.
wide on
Kind of
exit there
opening the
isn't the
door.
worst because
It's
it
not-
covers the inside for the next corner. So you're allowed to go wide there. It's a bit risky.
Yeah.
But it is, you can get away with it and still cover and go defensive. Unlike on this corner, that one you definitely have to take that inside line and not allow Chronotis there, which he did.
Yeah, Carnotis opting for looked like an alternate line to try and get a better run off of the curb. Unfortunately, just Pottsweaver just defending really well around this track, not allowing Carnotis to really make a move, as both of them, it looked like, washed out just a little bit wide.
These cars are definitely, well, they're quite familiar with washing at this point, as they have been washed thoroughly through with the rain. And these conditions, I don't think, are going to be improving by the end. Let's take a look. It is going to dry up, technically. I don't think we're going to be seeing any more pit stops, though. Unless one of the front runners, I guess Andy Borchers, he could theoretically pit and go for fastest lap, even though I don't think fastest lap matters in this league.
Whoa! Pottsweaver had a little bit of a tail wag, and Professor Carnotis capitalizing and trying to get in. Has a little bit of a better line on the exit of Graham Hill. It's Carnotis just really trying to find a way around this McLaren of Pottsweaver, and this is unfortunately backing these two up to Jan Benton.
Now, another little update that I'd like to give is if the checkered flag was to fall this lap, we would have a change in terms of our championship. Razzle Dazzle Motorsports leading the way. 4 points would be the difference currently between these two positions. The separation is 2 points. So Tracklicious Enduro A will be gaining 4 points as, whoa, Pottsweaver almost loses it. Manages to keep it. Goes defensive for the next corner, but currently, Andy Borchers and the Mercedes would be taking the championship.
Yep.
The
Carnotis
vacuum-
is now on the inside line, coming around the not so Brabham straight. Has that inside line. Ooh, the Pottsweaver getting a little too aggressive. Might have been a little bit of a touch there, but they both kept it from spinning each other around. And I think Carnotis has this spot made as he covers off that inside line. Comes out of Druids ahead. So Professor Carnotis making that attack at Paddock Hill takes that position away from Pottsweaver.
Might have to with the stint time. Let's see if taking a look at Turner Johnston, he should be good. He is on the Johnson, excuse me. He is on the same strategy that pretty much the rest of the field is. Same pit time. AB6 Scott joining us again, giving some support there to Mason Pierchowski. P11.
The only one I can think of that would have to come in would be Johan Brunn. He's at 26 minutes into his stint. So he's going to be cutting it pretty close. You might have to take a quick drive through.
That's tough. If there's like 2 extra laps, he'd be back. I think he's good. I think he's like just good. But that's going to be very close. Pottsweaver here. Doing what he can. Catching back up to Professor Carnotis as he dropped that position on the previous lap. Not going to be giving up by any stretch. That's Casey Schutte behind him as well.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see Johan Brun come in for another for another drive-through to clear that stint timer, as he would be moving into 68 minutes on this stint to the end.
Unfortunate. Slight misjudge there in strategy from the Ginetta. We got a face cam Fiesta redemption. Steven, how does that sound to you?
Sounds great.
All right, we got to go no picture-in-picture. And then we got to do some magic behind the scenes. And then... Oh, geez. And then we press this button. And there we are. Yeah, there's Steven. All right. Let's crop you up a little bit. Yes, Steven, you're good. Thank you. Let's see, he's had a slight little stroke there, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see, I need to flip myself, don't I? I'm looking the wrong way. Let's,
Good thing you didn't catch me eating a sandwich.
That's why I asked first, to be fair.
You know what? That probably would have been better if I was eating a sandwich.
That's true, actually, now that you mention it. Let's see, is this the right button? There we go. Now, yes, now when I look this way, hello, I'm looking at Steven, which is that's how I want to look. But yes, we got face cam Fiesta. We got 39 minutes and 51 seconds left. Potts Weaver is heading straight towards the barrier.
Oof, ooh, did he hit? I think he saved it.
Are you at the dentist?
Ooh. And that has now completed the Mercedes lockout of the top 5 positions. Ooh.
Unforced error, and look at that, it's a slip and slide. The rear end goes clattering into the back. It's a light hit there for him, so shouldn't have been the most damage to that diffuser, but that's going to be some lap time taken off the likes of Potts Weaver. Currently, yellow flag being thrown in the air from AB6 Scott, our best track marshal that we have. Dan Brace, though, currently P3. Andy Borchers in second. Renato Dornales in first. Those are our top 3 runners at this current moment. And presumably, how they're going to stay. I don't see much changing in the top 4 for that matter. Maybe, I don't know. Jon Benton, he might have a chance of catching. But we'll see.
Potts Weaver off again. Going into Sterling's. Now he's definitely has some front end damage to the front of that McLaren.
Now, is that tires, I wonder? Something's causing him to be all over the place. Waving a blue flag at Mason to mess with him. There you go. That's a good strat. We can do a full onboard lap for Mason if he wanted. Heck, why not? Let's see, where's Mason? He's... we'll get him on the next lap. We'll get a full onboard lap for him, though. Take a look here. This is our P-last runner again, Danny DeBruyne. Doing an excellent job tackling the track here tonight. Going to be bringing home a P14, presumably. Barring any other dropouts. See, that's the thing. You make it to the checkered flag, you're pretty much guaranteed to gain positions.
Yeah, and also he's the last Audi on track as well. The other 2 Audis have unfortunately retired.
The Audi looked so bad at this track, I'm just going to be honest, in these conditions. The car, like, I feel for De Bruyne. He's off the pace. Like I said, I don't fully attribute that to him. Is none of the Audis, as you said, are going to be, well, making it to the finish line besides him, so.
Yeah.
Here is the onboard lap. Mason Pierczalski heading down the first corner. You can see just how slow you have to go. Might be able to carry a little bit more speed than that, but probably not much. Into Druid. Down into second gear, back on the throttle, going to short shift to third. No, rides second out. Interesting in the Porsche. A very punchy car. Still riding third gear through the left-hander. Heading now towards Surtees Bend. Slow in, fast out. That is the thought process here for Mason. And that was very slow in. Good exit speed, though. Back on the hammer, down the hill. Looking now at Hawthorne Bend, one of the hardest corners on this track. Far left, all the way to the far right here. You want to ride the inside curb in the dry, but not in the wet. Can use the outside there just briefly. And looking at the braking marker for the little arrow sign. And now towards Dingle Dell, everyone's favorite corner. And up through Sterling. No. Sterling's, yes.
Sheens.
Sheens, thank
then
you.
into Sterling's.
Yes, there we go. And now clearways into Clark Curve. And then I'll round out our lap here, Mason Pierzchalski. It's a short lap. Last lap of 139.2. What do we got this time? Coming through the final corner here and up the hill. We're looking at a 139.3.
Pretty consistent lap.
Uh-oh. Wait, what? What was that?
What was what?
Was a yellow flag there for Mason briefly, even though I don't think he made an error. These are back marker. Now, Mason being a back marker, he is going to be letting the likes of the other drivers through.
And
Also,
Jan Braun.
Yep. Johan
is
in
in
the
the
pits. Is that going to be enough for Mason? No, it is not. Johan, a quick in and out.
That was a full pit stop, so that was fuel and tires.
Interesting. It didn't matter, actually. Yeah, it wouldn't have made a difference if he went for fuel or a full kit and caboodle on that one. Although, how has this developed? Maybe Mason did make an error. Casey Schutte, he's coming for that P12.
P12 is a divisible of 6.
It is, in fact, a bit of a stretch. He's coming for P11. He's currently in P12. My apologies. But done and dusted. That's going to be a pretty easy one. Mason not fighting it. Casey, a driver who's slightly out of position. Down 2 positions from where he started, though. P9.
Yeah, a couple of unforced errors by him, and I believe he's also a solo driver, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. They're
So
going to be a bit
kudos to
tired.
him. Yeah, kudos to him for sticking it out for all 4 hours of this race.
100%. Like you
Casey being my teammate in the GT3 series.
Hey. Represent. Show that team love. You love to see it. Casey Schutte, though, very talented driver. A little bit off the mark here tonight, along with Eric Gakosian, who's had another mistake into the first corner. Let's see what happened.
That first corner for Eric seems to be a real struggle for him to get, and just washing it out wide, spinning it. Ooh. I think he stalled the car. Yeah, stalled the car out.
It's good collision avoidance from the rest of our drivers, though.
Mm-hmm.
I just realized. There we go. Mason sticking with Casey, but it's going to be a tough one. It's a tough fish to fry. Jan Benton gets by Mason there, but he is on a previous lap. With 31 minutes to go, I don't see much changing. Johan may be the outlier as Eric is struggling. We might see Johan actually make an overtake for P8. Other than that, Jan Benton potentially onto Chronotis. Lap times, though, are dead even. And when I say dead even, I mean dead even between Chronotis and Yon.
So, looking at the timing page, Andy Bourchier's just had an off-track incident and has lost about an entire second and a half of time to Dan Brace. Dan Brace, keeping the pace up, is really attacking to try and catch back up to that number 5 Mercedes. We might potentially see a battle at the end of this race for the championship win.
I think they're on different laps, Steven.
No, they're not. They're on the same lap.
I see them on different laps, but all right. I hope that's my information is incorrect. Yeah. No, he is on a previous lap. You can see on the left-hand side there. Wow. So Andy Borchers and Renato Donales have lapped the entire field. That's insane. How the heck have they managed that? Like, genuinely. Wait. Oh.
That definitely doesn't...
That's what I'm seeing. I mean, that's what it says on the left-hand side as well, no? He's on, he's got an orange name.
But, yeah, Dan Brace has only had... Or, Trackalicious A-Team has only done 4 pit stops. Dornales with that extra pit stop.
And Dan is even on pit stops as well. I don't know where that lap came from, to be completely honest.
I mean, Dan Brace did have that incident, but I don't think he went a lap down with that.
I didn't
that
think
was a while
so
ago.
Either. Like I said, did the game bug? I mean, I just don't. That's very odd. I mean, he's definitely on a previous lap. Whether or not, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. I just know it's raining again. But regardless, Andy Borchers and Renato Donales are they're quick. And AB6, I'm not even in the chat, but I know Mason's complaining about the Merc BOP. Yeah, Merc top 5. Fair enough. It's a fair enough complaint.
Yeah, I'm going through all of my data screens, and it looks like they have a lap on them.
Wow.
So weird.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened, to be honest. As I'm looking at all of Dan Brace's laps, he had a, no, that's a pit. I don't know. As I read this data sheet,
Weird.
I don't know. That is really odd. Well, there definitely will not be a change in position for P2, or rather for P3 to 2.
Which
Andy
would
Borchers,
mean there's no position, there's no change in the standings, so...
You're right. So the Trackalicious Enduro A team, they're going to be crowned the champion. By 3 points, I think. It's a 4 points difference.
Yeah.
And I think it'd be 2 points will be
There's
the difference.
2 point difference.
And the Vacuum Racing boys, with the win, it's not going to be enough. That P8 that they had in the previous race is going to do them.
Interesting developments. I still don't know how.
Yeah, I'm data surfing right now. I'm looking at like all the lap times, trying to figure out where anything went wrong. And I'm not really Not really finding it, to be completely honest. The only difference that I'm seeing is a longer pit stop from Ali and their team.
And it
wasn't that long,
though. It wasn't, yeah, it wasn't ridiculously long.
Maybe that's just consistency? I don't know. I feel like the game glitched. I mean, honestly, I feel like there's been a game glitch. But
yeah, some drivers driving around on dry tires when it's wet out, kind of strange.
That's kind of a, I mean, I feel like that I've seen that bug before. I've never seen a bug where somebody goes a lap down.
Yeah. We have a
battle for position, though.
Yes, we do. Professor Carnotis has been caught up by Jan Benton as they're making their way around the final turn onto the not-so-Brabham straight. Jan Benton is lapping about a second faster than Carnotis, so this pass should be relatively easy for Benton, as we see Casey Schutte in the background going yellow. A little bit of an off-track moment for him.
And it should be easy. We're not seeing it be necessarily that textbook. Jan Benton, though, taking his time, I think he knows that there's no rush to get this done. Pottsweaver's 27 seconds behind, so he can bide his time a little bit. And
Jan Benton also has a little bit of damage to the front of that Mercedes, as I'm seeing the hood of that Merc bounce up and down a little bit.
Definitely not quite showroom ready there for the AMG. Also, Casey, with that yellow flag, has dropped a position to Mason.
Ooh, a little bit of a tail wag coming out of Hawthorne.
Okay, Jan, be careful. Outside attempt here in the penultimate corner. It's a valiant send, but needs to be very careful onto the curbs there. We see another yellow flag from Eric Gakassian.
Yeah, that is at Surtees.
Also, there is the overtake. I do not think Mason is fighting that battle. I think that he is just letting Casey by. Be optimistic for 23 and a half minutes to battle with Casey Schutte. If you are Mason, like I said, it's just the pace difference. Casey, he's
on the inside, making the move at Druids.
Gets her done.
Ooh, washing out a little bit wide, sending Carnotis a little bit further wide, but all in all, clean pass, clean move, and Benton now has that P4 position.
And again, more than likely where he'll stay, barring Carnotis and Benton. Those are really the only two that we have even a chance of a battle with on track, I think. Mason and Casey, we'll see if Casey makes another error. But I think this is going to be the order, more than likely, when we cross the line.
Yeah, barring any big incidents.
Anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. So don't discount any chances. Is Jan maybe overdriving that car? Goes a little bit deep. Got to be careful in terms of going out onto the grass. It's very dangerous.
And it looks like De Bruyne has officially retired the last Audi on track.
Oh, you hate to see it. Was hoping to see him make the checkered flag. That's all right. South African driver, that's going to be a boatload of experience, no pun intended, for the driver, and he'll take that into the next endurance. You see what I did there?
Yeah, I did. You got a chuckle out of me.
That's all right. I'll take it. It's more than expected, honestly.
More than expected than our league admin, Mr. Eric the Boss Gakassian, who's currently running 14 positions behind Jan Bruyne, as I'm seeing De Bruyne now back on the field, he might have had just a little bit of a disconnect there.
Yeah, some say that his voice can only be heard by cats, and he has 2 sets of knees. He's Eric Gakassian.
And back to the action. Dan Brace, not really picking up the pace here. He's not catching Borchers, even though we don't know about this 1 lap discrepancy. I'm going to assume that they are on the same lap, because if you look back to Jan Benton is a minute behind these drivers. Whereas according to my gap, Dan Brace is only 8 seconds. So I'm going to go with that. He's on the same lap.
I just don't know. I genuinely, I mean, according to ACC, he isn't, though. I still, I don't know. I think something's up there. I think he is supposed to be on it, but yeah. Also, De Bruyne leaving, yeah, unfortunate. You hate to see it, but you never know. Real life happens. Could have been a disconnect, could have been an issue. I'm not sure. I don't think he crashed. I didn't see any crash.
Yeah, he is back on. He's back in the pit lane, so I think it was a disconnect for him.
Yep. He still has all his laps, too, so.
Yep.
We'll be able just to rejoin the track. I think it was a bit of a disconnect, unfortunately, which sucks at this point in the race, but not going to be affecting the position. Still, love to see the rejoin and back out for the checkered flag. Thank you very much to DJ Racing 4 for the follow. Much appreciated. The gap extending from our leaders, Renato Dornales. He is leading by 25 seconds over Andy Borchers, who's leading allegedly a lap. Maybe. We don't really know, honestly. Over Dan Brace. Jan Benton in P4.
Dornales just dropped his fastest lap of this stint of a 36.3 flat. So he's putting the hammer down, just pulling that gap further and further away from Borchers.
And Cornford Caster with one of the most interesting observations that I think I've ever heard in a car. The KTM has a very small window where it's good in these conditions. Fair enough. That's not something that I've ever considered, to be honest. I mean, it makes sense. You get less, or the windshield wiper has less work to do, and you can see better. But never thought that I would hear that. Makes sense, though.
And it looks like the floodlights have officially come on here at Brands Hatch, as we're now starting to get into the twilight hours.
18 minutes remaining before the checkered flag falls. Eric Gakassian has worked his way into 9th. He's down 5 positions from where he started in P4. Cornford Caster, are you JP? Just curious. I think you are. I think I know this, but... The single windshield light, that's awesome. Very poor visibility. Yeah, fair enough. I was gonna say the trade-off of having small windows in terms of you know, being able to see. Yes, the windshield wipers may do the work quicker, but that also means that you have less visibility. Period.
Well, I mean, if you're looking at the interior of the KTM, it has that giant windscreen, but it's unfortunately marred by the roll cage that's around it because there's no A-pillar on this car. So it needs that cage all the way around it.
So the roll cage is basically is supporting the car as well. That's pretty funny. KTM, yeah, Austrian manufacturer. It's a brilliant car back in 2013.
Brilliant dirt bikes too.
That is an understatement. Very expensive dirt bikes, though. That's the problem. But yes, absolutely.
Their motorcycles aren't
machinery.
that cheap either. Your Dukes are expensive as well. The Duke,
I believe that.
Naked bikes.
Those bikes are quick, aren't they? If I remember right.
They
Like
are.
stupid quick. And very,
They
very
are.
light and very fragile.
As Renato Dornales just dropped another fastest lap of the stint, a 36 flat,
Dang.
taking that commanding lead at the end of this series.
Unfortunately, not going to win the championship for the Vacuum boys, but they have really set this race alight. I think they still will be finishing in P3 no matter what. I don't think there's any ifs, ands, or buts about that.
Nope.
Well, hopefully, since we are going to be eventually talking with the team of Dan Brace, Ollie Raza being on that team, I'm sure we'll get an interview with him. We'll be able to actually know if he was down a lap or not.
Yep. Which I think we might have, might be a good time to bring up the calendar again and for one last time before the end of the race.
Not a bad shout, Steven. Not a bad shout at all. As we pull it up here, we can see that we have most of our championships again coming to a close, but that does not mean that we are coming to a close in total. They're just currently in the works, where they'll be up on SimGrid soon enough. So do head on over to a SimGrid follow. If you're interested, also head to the Discord where you can find information for the championships when they're released. But we do have some championships that are currently on SimGrid that are coming up, and the biggest one being the 1K tournament, April 27th. Some huge names already signing up for that tournament. It's $1,000 on the line. It's going to be multiple races with a qualifying, a race, a redemption race, and then a final race. A very fun format, and it's going to be partnered with none other than Jacob Wells, the I Suck at This community. So shout out to Jake for helping us put that on or putting it on with us, however you want to word it. That is definitely the race to check out in the future. But of course, we also have our West Coast Wednesday GT3 starting up on March 13th. That's going to be sooner than later. We, of course, have our IRL friend swap as well. That's what I was looking for. Is coming up. That's going to be the 21st, where you can swap sims in the real life rather than in-game. So we have a driver swap in the current race or whatever that we're watching. In terms of that race, you're going to be looking at literal swapping your simulator, get your butt out of the sim and put someone else's in. So definitely sign up for that. It's been one of the most fun races that we've had over the course of our Trackalicious span. It's back again. Draft and Drive also coming up. It's an NFL-style draft where you're going to have team leaders. So once again, lots of fun here on Trackalicious coming up. And who are some big names for the 1K? Well, we have none other than, obviously, Jacob Wells, Skylar Loverink, Ricardo Rivera, Vidiko Stitsiev, Ollie Raza, Luke Whitehead, Aiden Walshingham as well. These are some rapid semi-pro to professional and alien drivers. Luke Whitehead, a name that needs no introduction. And also, of course, thank you to our patrons. All their wonderful names on screen. Special thanks to the V12 Exotics, but also can't leave out the V8 Muscle Inline 4 donors, or Inline 4 and donors, as well as these Twitch supporters. You guys are all so lovely. Thank you so much. I love your faces. Back to the feed.
Yeah, so looking at it, we just had Professor Carnotis drop his fastest personal best here. 36.2, I believe it was. That last time around, or the time before the last time around. So he does have a little bit of pace. It's still not as up to pace as Jan Benton. Not really losing time to Potts Weaver, who unfortunately still has that front end damage after going off track. So yeah, for right now, this is going to be our running order till the end of this race.
Yep, more than likely. Unfortunate, not going to have a photo finish for the race win. More than likely is already decided. But once again, anything can happen in racing, and it normally does. We'll see. It's been a long one, though. 14 drivers left, and Rockwater says, I know him. Yeah, once again, Luke Whitehead, a driver, needs no introduction. He is a very, 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 very rapid boy. So if that interests you and those names interest you, head on over to that championship. Even if you're not quite that alien pace, it's just a privilege to be able to race with him. And I'm sure more aliens to come. That championship is freshly released, so more people to sign up in the future. Is there a vote for driver of the day? No, there's not, unfortunately. Sorry, Steven.
And I believe that 1K tournament is a 3-car, no driver swap team. So 3 drivers, 3 cars. They all have to be in the same car in order to participate in that. And it's a bracket style race or a bracket style tournament.
Gotta love the Swiss format. And yeah, it'll make things interesting. I don't think it's ever been done on Simracing that I know of in terms of that. So we like to pull the unique spins out here at TRACKILICIOUS. That is it. 10 minutes to go. Finally into the single digits here. In Formula 1, soon enough. No spoilers, chat, please, at this point. You've done so good. I don't want to time anyone out. Well, while we wait, why don't we take an onboard here with Renato Dornales? We've done it before. We'll do it again. He's a very quick boy. He deserves it as he comes up the hill here and heads to the line. And Rockwater asking for the Simracing, or for the driver's swap, or the, as we used to call it, the spouse swap. Yes, you switch the same, or you switch drivers, but in the same rig. Yeah, that's a much better way of wording it than however the heck I worded it, which made no sense. Basically, like I say, you're driving in your rig, and you get out of the chair, hand it over to a less experienced driver. Okay, Rockwater. No fake spoilers either, even though that would be pretty cool. I'm not gonna fall for that, but I wish.
Stop it.
And yes, no more spoilers, please. Fake or real.
I think Rockwater was asking about the driver switching for the tournament. No, it's going to be three drivers and 3 different cars.
Oh.
It makes up the team.
My apologies.
Yeah, and it comes out to the averages of those drivers, determines your positions in the semifinals, I believe.
Yes, all drivers are required to, yes, so you'll have 3 cars in the race, all on the same team, and the average position is the average place of where they all finished, is that?
Yeah. So
Okay.
you could have a front runner, you could have a guy leading the race, but if your other 2 drivers, I believe, are towards the back, that could potentially get you bumped out of the running
Fascinating.
and sending you into the redemption round.
I don't like that. I like LCQ. I don't know why we have to go with all these weird fancy names for last chance qualifiers. It's like I was doing one for Williams and I can't remember what we called it, but
Because it's not a qualifier.
Yeah, but it is though.
No, it's not.
You're qualifying
the
for the main event.
qualifiers are the hot stints.
No, but it's a last chance qualifier. They called it the consolation race over in the other one, which I hated. I hated that. It's an LCQ. It's a last chance qualifier. That's what it is. It's your last chance to make the event. Yeah, consolation. Right? No, that one. I did. I love you, Williams. Don't get me wrong. Shout out to Will. If you are not watching, which I know you're not, but still, shout out to you. And yeah, LCQ. Same with no
I like
redemption race.
round.
I hate it.
Redemption round sounds more exciting to me.
See, I disagree. It sounds just
Because you're
like
trying
you're
to
trying too
redeem
hard.
yourself. You're redeeming yourself to get back into the race.
Yeah, but nobody wants to redeem themselves. You just want to make it.
But in order to make it, you have to redeem yourself.
No, you could just make it. The 6 top teams just make it. Just be one of the 6. The rebound race, I actually don't mind that. It's a bit I don't know, it's a bit misleading in my opinion, but I like it. It's catchy. Five minutes to go. Checkered flag will be there. But once again, thank you all for joining us here today. As I said, it's been a bit of a slower one. We appreciate you guys for bearing along. This is the finals of the finals of the GT4 4-hour endurance series. These drivers have put a lot of work into this championship. And finally, this is where their fruits will pay labor. The try hard round. I like the try harder round, personally. The first round can be the try hard round. The second round's the try harder round. That could work. The Eric here getting dispatched by a lapped driver. Okay, thank you, Rockwater. Justin Beachley in P7. Let's see, our biggest gainer here tonight, Jan Benton, the Dutch team, up 12 positions from where they started. P16 is where they began. And the likes here of not just Jan Benton, Jan Betten, and Luke Newhausen. Yes, Newhausen. Neuenhausen. Ah, dang it, I knew that wasn't right. It didn't sound right. Neuenhausen. As I'm about to get lit up by Rockwater, I guarantee it. Potentially coming under threat from Professor Konotis by the end. 6 seconds is the gap. Take an error at this point, I think, from Jan.
Yeah, with 3 minutes left, we got roughly about 3 laps left. As we see Dornalis coming across the line now. I think we're going to have 2 laps left this time by.
Rockwater with the Dutch support in chat. The Dutchies are the best racing drivers, except for the fact that the Brazilians are leading this race. Sorry, I had to do it. I love you, Dutchies. Don't get me wrong. But currently, it's Brazilian dominance up at the front.
Yeah,
Andy,
those Brazilian drivers are no slouches when it comes to racing.
No, I don't know what the heck has happened to the sim racing scene lately, but the Brazilian drivers have set it alight and really are setting a new pace for everybody. It seems like every league I commentate, there's a Brazilian leading the pack, so I feel like the rest of the world needs to step it up a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, this race.
That's okay. That's okay. Look, we don't talk about F1. Like I said, there's no spoilers. Even though I think I haven't seen the race, but I guarantee, like I said, don't comment on this chat, please, and I mean that. But I think I know who won.
Rockwater technically threw up a bad stat there, saying there were 22 cars on the grid. Technically, there's 21 cars on the grid at the start of the race.
In F1?
In F1.
Oh, there is 21, you're right. So there'd be 23 in his mindset. And then a random dude that waves a green flag.
Yes.
Can't forget about Burt Mylander, everybody. Shout out to
run
Burt.
across the back of the grid with a green flag.
That guy, I want that job so bad, like you have no idea. I would give my left leg.
No, if you gave your left leg, you couldn't do it.
I'd make it work. Like that is having 20 Formula One cars revving their engines while you wave a green flag in the back directly in front of you and all you have is a little bit of ear protection. That must just be an electric feeling. But once again, no F1 talk. Let's stop. Look, it's getting closer to that moment, but we're done. No F1 talk, period.
Up Gakotzian is off track, and now Casey Schutte has the potential to take this position back up to P10. As Eric gets a little bit of an attack. Oh, and those tires are cooked for Eric.
Oh, dude, he spun simultaneously with himself. That was pretty cool. He spun with the replay and he spun live.
Yeah.
I mean, minus the fact that he dropped the top 10. That's the top 10 gone.
And we have Renato Donales taking the checkered flag and winning the race.
Great job from the Brazilian team. Takes P1. Andy Borchers takes home second here tonight. Pretty dominant from the German and American team. And a stop-go 30 for Petrovic on the last lap, too.
Oh.
I think that was a speeding in the pit lane because they had to make a stop to make sure they weren't... what's the word? You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it just went plus 60. I think that was actually probably for a missed pit stop or didn't do the drive-through. He went over the stint timer at 105 minutes.
Here we go. Eric and Mason to the line. And Mason's gonna get it. Eric just drops it on the last lap. And it just causes a catastrophe. That's a P11 finish there for Mason. Almost where they wanted.
And Jan Brun, the last one across the line to round up the top 8.
What a race. As we get ready to head back to the booth here. Then we come back. Welcome back to the booth, everybody. Get everything sealed. What happened to Eric? You missed everything? He binned it.
Yeah.
He binned it on the last lap. It's classic Gakotzian. Yeah, twice. Yeah. Simultaneously with himself, in fact. It's pretty interesting. But unfortunate. You hate to see it. Okay, did I do that out loud? It's all right. We got post-race interviews coming up, everybody. Let's see. Who do we got? We're currently looking for the Brazilian Vacuum team. We're looking for Andy Borchers, as well as Ollie Raza and Dan Brace, Wilson Fernandez, or Quinn Smith. There we go. Those are all the drivers we're looking for. We're looking for one from each team, by the way. We don't need multiple. So let's rudely pull some people up. I'll let the leading team decide who gets the interview. Let's see, who else is in here? Why don't we get some beats up here in the background by Chris Laronde? There we go. Get some nice background music rolling in here. Thank you, Chris. Check him out. Laronde Alpha on SoundCloud. I don't see anybody. This is a problem.
Yeah. The only team that I'm seeing in the garages are the Vacuum Racing of Renato and Wilson.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. I know. Never mind. I know where they are. I got them. They're up in they're in a locked channel. It's fine. I can move them. Grab you. grab you. All right. There we
Yeah,
go. And Wilson
Wilson is
Fernandez
in
has decided it. All right. So, as we have it, we're going to get into the interviews, cut the music. We are going to start off with our P3 finishers, and Steven has had time to catch up with Ollie Raza.
Yep. Ollie Raza, welcome to the stream room. Bit of a fun race for you guys. Unfortunately, not in the position you guys wanted to be, losing out on the point standings. But other than that, how was your race going with that?
I mean, initially it was a good race in the first stint, but then things started shaking up with the weathers, and then I think we messed up in our. We should have went into the pits like at least 2 or 3 laps later, because our tires just got ruined coming out in dries with wet tires. So
Mhm.
that's really what caused us to lose like 30 seconds over a stint. And then over time, it was like a whole lap near the end of the race. So
Yeah, and I also saw you guys coming in for that splash and dash towards the end. Was the splash necessary, or were you good on fuel to potentially just do the drive-through?
no, we had to do it. It's because of the stint timer. We didn't have much time. It like because of the weather cycle and changing tires, it ended up being that we had to pit at least once. So we did a splash and dash, drove 10 minutes, and then came back. Seemed like the best strat at the time. So we'll
Yeah.
take a P3.
Yeah, P3. Unfortunately, that does drop you out of the lead of the point standings.
Yep, I think
Moving.
we should be second place now. So congrats to the Andy and Quinn TRACKILICIOUS team.
Now, one
Yeah.
question that I have, Ollie, how did you end up a lap down, or did you end up a lap down?
Yeah, we ended up a lap down. I think it's because of the tires, and I think Dan also spun.
Okay, I don't
So-
think we caught that. We were scratching our heads at how you guys were 8 seconds behind and a lap down.
Well, yeah, we went 2 stints in like tires that were not right. So we were a second a lap slower every lap. Plus Dan spun, so that ended
Okay.
up being a whole lap.
Okay.
Fair enough. Well, Ollie Raza, P3 in the race, P2 in the championship. Is there anyone you'd like to thank before we move on?
Oh man, thank you guys for sticking around 4 hours. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Ollie, and good luck in the next one. Up next, we have our P2 finisher and our championship winner. It's the TRACKILICIOUS Enduro A team. We have Quinn Smith representing them. Quinn, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Feeling good. You
Got
guys?
the championship there. Got a P2 finish. Both of you drove superbly. Your start at the beginning was incredible. I feel like you even outdrove for yourself, to be honest.
I just kind of felt like I was on rails. It was all clicking.
It definitely looked to be that way. I mean, you and Andy seemingly gelling as a team. Is this the first time you guys were together?
I believe so, as far as it being just him and I.
Seems like you guys got some chemistry. It worked out well.
Yeah, it does. We work good together. We have equal race pace. I mean, he has me on quali, but for the most part, our race pace is even, so it helps a lot when it comes to race pace.
Yeah, it makes sense. And then obviously trying to attack the Brazilians up at the front was a bit of a in vain effort. They were just quicker today, it seemed. Was that just down to the track or down to practice, or what was it?
It was a little bit of how the rain played out. They were consistently coming out on fresher tires than we were all race, and eventually there was just got caught out by the stint timer at the end.
Yeah, I think a lot of people got caught out by that. They actually opted for the drive-through clear over a splash and dash, which I think helped really propel them up.
Yeah, it did for sure. We were caught out by the needing fuel there at the end of it, the way the pit stops were playing out.
Yeah, well, fair enough. Quinn, before we move on, is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, you guys, everyone watching. I mean, we wouldn't be having fun like we are if it wasn't for TRACKILICIOUS and everyone that watches and you guys streaming and commentating.
Well, appreciate it, Quinn. Wouldn't be the way if you guys weren't driving like you do either, to be fair. So the feeling is mutual. Quinn Smith finishing P2, P1 in the championship along with Andy Borchers. Quinn, have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You guys too.
And last but not least, Steven has had time to catch up here with our winner of the race tonight, the Brazilian. It is Wilson Fernandez.
How you doing, Wilson? Congratulations on the race win. Unfortunately, it doesn't equal a championship win, but a third place positioning in the championship points. You guys dominated this race, and your pit strategy at the end was amazing. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you, Steven. Yeah, well, you was watching the other guys, what they will do, and we knew we needed to do a drive-through at the end because of the time of the race. So when Renato saw Borchers did a splash and dash, so he said, "Oh, wait, do the drive-through now, and I will straight to the end. We don't need to do the drive-through at the end because the track was dry, né? And the new wet tires will probably be destroyed for him. So this gives us a big advantage because Borchers did the splash, and we just need a drive-through. We don't need a fuel to do more laps.
Yeah, and that definitely benefited you towards the towards the end of this race and allowing you guys to really just drive away with it. So congratulations to you on the win. Congratulations to you on third place in the championship points. And thank you for stopping in and saying hello with us and for the interview. And is there anybody or anything you want to say thank you to?
Thank you, guys. I just need to say thanks to Mike and you for the stream and the TRACKILICIOUS. They're a really great and fun league.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Wilson Fernandez. Appreciate you, man. Good luck in your next one. Congratulations on the race win here tonight. Absolutely awesome. And congratulations as well to your teammate, Dornales. Definitely hats off to both of you as you put in an equal amount of work. But have a great rest of your day, Wilson.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mike.
As we have it, that's going to do it, folks. That's it. 4 hours done and dusted. And I don't think Steven or I are even a bit tired. Right, Steven? Right, Steven?
No, those Monster Energy drinks are really keeping the energy up in here.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Monster, if you're looking for a sponsor opportunity, hit us up. But neither here nor there. As we have it, that's going to do it, folks. We're going to be rating. We're going to rate SRO Motorsports. So I hope everyone has a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. I've been Mike Nause. Joined with me tonight, Steven Tomazic. Absolutely incredible insight. As always, thank you all, chat, so much for being here. Thank you to the drivers. I hope everyone has a lovely evening, afternoon, or morning, wherever you are in this fine world. Thank you, and good night.
See you later.